All right. um, I didn't run the game off stream as much as I'd originally planned, but whatever. We still occasionally go over 12, but I mean, we're committing either. What happened here? Hmm. 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 They're both exactly at 22K. Okay. Well, doesn't matter. I'll probably try to let the game run overnight as well. Didn't run it as much overnight as I would have liked. I've kind of had a rough week. But we're here. So let's not waste any time and let's begin the 10 million scale. All right, let's go. We start with the labs. We start with the labs. If we're lucky, we finish that tonight because that takes a fucking while. Wait, is there an FFF I missed? Oh, yeah, looks like there is. Hold on. I have not read it yet. Mixed rockets. Yeah, hold on. I haven't read this yet. So how did they do it? Did they take my suggestion? And over deliver them. I don't know. Uh, uh, I don't know if I like this solution. Hey, Chris. Yeah, I don't know if I like this solution. Platform to platform transfers? Oh, yeah, that could change things. Circuit control platform request was one of the big things I was asking for. Now I can do like fancy stuff, like straight up disable biter egg requests on a Promethean platform, unless it passes all the priming checks. You could also like hook it up so a ship like auto primes itself as well. Like it goes and primes itself, and then once it's primed, it automatically begins runs. I don't agree with the overfilling at all. Like if I'm requesting a specific number of items, it's because those are the exact amount of items I want to bring. It's just another thing to have to drop back down later. So, like, I don't know if I like this overfilling thing, man. Here, let's put extra inserters. Now extra belt. Now extra pipe. Like, I don't know. There should just be a timeout. Like, it fills it with something, and if it can't fully fill the rocket, if everything's like requested and there's no additional requests for like 10 seconds, then just launch. That's how I would have done it if they want to do like multiple items per rocket by default. Like if there's no additional requests within 10 seconds, just fucking launch. I fixed my PC. I mean, I guess it wasn't really broken, although I don't know what the hell went wrong. That's not why I missed yesterday's stream, though. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's an improvement, but like, yeah, I don't know. And so you'll get like some extra of a few items instead of like enormous extra stocks of getting like 50 E-ferns when you needed 4. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like this is part of the reason why we have a seed platform for the Prometheum ship. It's part of why we have this, so that this gets a bunch of platform launched immediately, as well as some extra space. Yeah, I mean, this should have been done. This should have been in the game in 2.0. Is this a new album or just a single? I think it's a single. There's been a lot of new music coming out lately. Oh no, it is a new album. I haven't listened to this. Yeah, the last album was 3 years ago. I'm kind of tempted to put the whole thing on. Maybe if my radio station fails me. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, this seems okay. Yeah, that was happening when you had the same blueprint upgrade a Ghost Silo module type while simultaneously having those modules to be requested in the payload. It was a pretty, niche thing. Hamster specific bug. Well, it's good that they fixed it. Oh, what else? Okay. Logic now picks the smallest available rocket, which can fit all requested items, whereas a better approach could involve splitting the. Do you guys want me to read this out loud? Whereas a better approach could involve splitting the load across multiple smaller rockets. It is a reasonable compromise. Okay. Well, that's modded shit. This is actually decently long. Not that long. Space platform improvements. So here's the big stuff. Okay, so you can now leave an empty filter to import from every planet. That's good. That was one of the big requests I mean, I still think my suggestion was better here. My suggestion was to have a checkbox, yeah, like a list, yeah, exactly, where you could just check like which planets you wanted to import from, and because like that would let you say if you wanted to import from 4 out of 5 planets, you could do that. Yeah, but this is like one planet or all planets now, so they could have done a better job here. I don't know what Konage wound up sending, but I was pretty specific in my suggestion about it ideally being a checklist type thing. Being more than one thing? Yeah, I'm not so enthused about the overflow system though. It's just kind of replacing one problem with another, but I guess it's still an improvement. The thing is, like, their new system, they're really kind of trying to optimize around using the least number of rocket launches possible. When my issue is that once you get to, like, the higher megabase level, you don't really care as much about that variable. What I would rather have it do is optimize it around having me not manually drop extra stuff out of the platform's cargo holds that got over requested. So that's why my suggestion was just to like have a checkbox that just did, minimum request only. I don't know. I just don't. I think the multiple items per rocket is good. I just think the overflow system is stupid. It should instead be just like a timeout system, where if a rocket is only partially full, it waits like 10 seconds. If nothing extra gets requested, it just launches a partial. But somebody with like OCD and Woob was like, no, the rocket must be fully packed. Fill it with junk that you don't want. It's fucking stupid if you ask me. It's not going to change the use of ghost silos in the early game. That's the big thing. That's the big thing. It's not going to change the use of ghost silos in the early game. All it's going to do is so like mid to late game platforms use slightly less rockets. Import from another platform? Yeah, hold on. I haven't gotten to that yet. Reservations of don't drop this below threshold? Yeah, that too. That'd be nice. So your ships don't wind up accidentally dropping like fusion cells onto planets with fusion reactors. I just kind of got around that platform by like heavily over requesting the amount of fusion cells I deliver to all planets. It's handy for people like it's handy for people who like the early game but suck at it. Like that's kind of the issue. Because if you like the early game and you're like remotely competent at it, then you're gonna use ghost silos. But yeah, I mean, I guess it for like the brand spanking newbie who has no idea what they're doing, they'll use slightly less rockets. But I don't know. I just think that could have been better implemented. I mean, probably the best solution would just be to have like a checkbox type system where the player can pick which system they want. Pick between an overfill system or the timeout based one that I just described. But I don't know. Might get too complicated. The newbies' brains are already melting. Yeah, there was an FFF today. So it looks like we are going to get one every week. Wonder what we'll get next week. What was so complicated about just doing a checkbox here? I mean, I guess this is the second best solution, but I don't know, man. We needed a drop down menu like checkbox system for this. That would have been the fucking ideal solution. Yeah, we'll see what they wind up changing. For mods with 100 planets? Yeah, I guess that's a consideration. I didn't really think about that. Hmm. 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 This is good. It'll help and make it more clear for newer players why the platform's getting held up. So if you request platform to platform, it doesn't use a rocket, right? Like it's just free? I could see some degenerate behavior coming out of that. Oh, I could definitely see, yeah. Yeah, like early game, you just won't launch one platform early that just generates a shitload of material. And then you have like your other platforms just like request the material from the seed platform. And then you don't even need crushers or collectors or anything on those platforms. You just need fuel and cargo space and guns, and that's it. Yeah, you could definitely have like it wouldn't even have to be that big because like carbon ice and all that shit is abundant even if you're just sitting in novice orbit. Yeah, I could definitely see some like most of what I can think of how of what that would change would be in the early game. I can't think of much that it would change in the mid to late game. But early game, yeah. Yeah, that could potentially completely wind up restructuring how your early game ships work. Yeah, I know one of it advanced. That's why I'm talking about early game. Yeah, I mean, it definitely makes Quantum's made in space better, that's for sure. One of my big arguments of why I never did it, whenever I was asked about it, was like the extra rocket launches involved. It just made more sense to make them on a kilo. But yeah, now it might make more sense to me making them in space on a traveling platform. I'm currently looking at the FFF. Didn't wait a few seconds? That's not a bug. That's just normal behavior, John. Like you should, always make sure your platforms wait like 5 seconds or so. Otherwise, they can kind of like skip over it sometimes. Yeah, I would never have a Prometheum ship make them. Ship to ship has the biggest implement. I can't fucking I'm a zombie today. Ship to ship has the biggest implementation implications. Fuck for Prometheum IMO. You have your Prometheum ship just to edge to shattered condition and back with a thruster stacked biter haulers carrying fresh biters and Prometheum science back. I don't know if I agree with that. Because, the ship would have to line up perfectly, right? Like, your biter ship coming from Novice would have to line up perfectly with your ship coming back in. It makes more sense just to have the ship go to Novice. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that. Well, it will work if I keep reading. Okay. Yeah, this will be nice for sure. You still have to ghost place it on the Prometheum platforms, though. There's no inserters leading from the hub to the fuel. And there never will be. There's Universal Circuit? Wait, what? Speedrunners will use ship to ship? Yeah, I definitely say that. Do I watch F1 at all? No. I know nothing about F1 besides they go left. Yeah, when they go into the wall. NASCAR is left, F1 is road courses. Yeah, I mean, this just highlights exactly how little I know about that shit, man. Yeah, as I said, I don't follow it at all. Umroar, thanks for the sub, man. Appreciate it. I've never watched it. I don't know. I didn't grow up in the South, NASCAR country or any of that. I just never got into it. I was never a car gut nut. I had friends in high school who were obsessed with cars and shit like that. I was never that kind of person. So yeah. By NASCAR is left personally. It's a joke about how they just constantly turn left. The cars go fast and left. Here, this guy. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of over delivering either. It's, as I said, of what I've read so far, I don't think they picked a good. I don't like this solution, and I hope it gets changed. I mean, it's an improvement over the status quo, I guess. So it's like, yeah, like this is objectively better than the status quo, where it'll over deliver some minor shit instead of like entire stacks of something. But I don't know. It just creates the same fucking problem, right? The whole problem is that you wind up with a whole bunch. There's two problems. Number one, using a whole ton of extra rockets, and two, winding up with a whole bunch of extra shit on your platform that you don't need there, that you then have to go manually drop back down. This helps with it using more rockets, but it does nothing for the second problem, basically. Well, I guess it helps a little since it'll only deliver some things and not everything, but I don't know. I would rather have a checkbox that just said like minimum only. As I said, like I think the suggestion that I have is just objectively better, and I think that's hard to deny. You just have it try to fill a rocket with whatever it can, and if there's nothing more coming and the rocket's not full, have like a rolling 10-second, 15-second timeout. And if no more requests come within that 10-15 second window, just launch. Just fucking launch. Even if the rocket is like 80% full, 63% full, 5% full, it doesn't matter. Like, it requests one thing, and it's like, okay, the rocket's 5% full, starts a 15-second timeout. If more stuff comes, puts it in, keeps the rolling window going. Probably 10-second timeout would be better. If the timeout expires and nothing more is coming, just launch a partial rocket. Like, this randomly deciding, what extra to put in is a really fucking dumb idea, if you ask me. So yeah, that's the one thing out of that I've read so far I really don't agree with. This is also good, I guess. Like, I guess like a checkbox list would be a bit of a nightmare to implement for, modded stuff where you have 100 planets. So I guess it's kind of okay. But again, what I had in my head was better. And this is just fine, I have no problem with this. The no leaving with trash. This is also good. And it's definitely going to change some metas in terms of platforms starting up. I can definitely see having a seed platform permanently in orbit over your shipyard planet, which delivers a carbon, calcite, and ice to any ship that needs it to help it get it jump started faster. Because right now the way I do it is like, I literally take ice from Fulgora, drop it back down on Vulcanus, then launch it back up to my platforms. F1 has very little overlap with trailer trash NASCAR. Sensing a little bit of bias here. Let's kart, not F1. Do you think I know about the difference? Or care about the difference between Indy 500, NASCAR, and F1? I mean, I guess like the only thing I know is like the F1 uses like the actual race cars. And not like, stock cars that are like repurposed or whatever the fuck it is. But yeah. Like you're talking about something of which my knowledge is like literally fucking zero. Right? Like I don't follow this shit at all. I've never watched it. The only time it ever crosses my feeds or I'm aware of anything that happens with it is when someone, instead of going left decides to turn right into a wall and turns themselves into a meat crayon. No point on doing a 2-point Megabase? Yeah, I mean, might as well just throw the current one in the dumpster, right? It's garbage, clearly. F1 is an engineering contest? Yeah, I guess. Hey, what do you mean those fuck huge? They're not even that huge. What are you talking about? It's two blades. It's like a fifth of the entire rocket launching shit. It's two fucking blades. It's not exactly a lot. And they look really pretty too. Is your base complete? No, we're going to 10 million SPM, which we should be working on right now, but we got FFF distracted. They break down 90% of the time. A testing and sample size of 2, yeah. For 2 more weeks? Well, we were supposed to end this week, but I've had a really fucking rough week. I've had a headache most of the week, first of all, and I also haven't been sleeping very well. So yeah, I didn't get any YouTube videos done again. Woe is me. But we'll see if we can finish it this weekend or not. I'm not sure on the next 3 days. If we do take 5 days to finish it, though, then we do wind up ending on day 69, though. So there's that. If I end this weekend, it'll be day 67. But if we squeeze in 2 more days the weekend after, then it ends on day 69. Just saying. But yeah, this is good. I have no objections to how they implemented this. I think a lot of people thinking that, like, oh, I'm going to have a platform making platform in space are about to find out the hard way exactly how much steel platform actually takes. I get the 6-7 shit? Nobody does. It's just something completely meaningless because Zoomers' lives are completely meaningless. It's the best I can make of it. Hey, Ernesto. Yeah, there's some good and some stuff that could be better. We're like 2/3 through it. Buffer platforms in orbit for quicker transport turnaround, quicker bootstrapping of larger platforms. Yeah, that'll be nice. I don't think I don't know how much that's going to be used. I mean, maybe if you take, like, 2 business weeks in order to set up foundries on Vulcanus, maybe that might be useful. But for anyone who kind of follows, like, my game plan, even if they're following it very badly, Like, once you have Foundries and Vulcanus access, then yeah. Oh, okay. That's not a sentence I was expecting to read. But now that we have the import from any, we can keep the design clean and intuitive by saying circuit requests import from all locations. And they also request from all sources. Huh. Uh, I mean, I guess the main thing that I was thinking of was which was dynamic biter egg request. That still works because Nalvis would be the only planet that has biter eggs. So, like, I guess most things are fine being requested on any planet from any planet because there's only going to be one planet that it actually has a lot from. I wonder if it's going to be worse for UPS. Like, if you just have everything, not filtering which planet it's from. If a ship's going to arrive at a planet and literally check everything and it's an entire fucking request list against everything that's available on the entire planet. I could see that being a little worse. Don't know if it'll be measurable. A mall platform to make platforms. I was just talking about that. I mean, they do get information from us, Sean. And yeah, what Ravager said. Like, people really, I think, tend to underestimate how much steel and copper wire platform making actually takes. It's a fucking lot. Like, you would need a very large platform in space if it was stationary to make platform at any reasonable rate. And then you run into a catch 22 where you need a shitload of platform to make your platform making platform to supply other platforms with platform. So yeah, I don't see my game plan changing. I think the whole fast, progression. I think the fast progression Megabase start that I guess I kind of, what's the word? Pioneered seems like a strong word, but I guess nobody else was really doing it like that before I did, were they? I mean, there's not that many people that Megabase, right? And of the people that Megabase, I'm like the only person that actually paid any attention to the speedrunning aspect and sort of tried to merge the two. So I guess maybe it's not that strong of a word. But yeah, the whole like super fast progression method from the hamster stuff. I think once you get that down, like a lot of these things are just not going to be very useful because it's just so much stronger getting that fast Vulcanus setup. Literally day two, your mass making silos and blue chips, LDS, rocket fuel platform all on Vulcanus with normal quality foundries. So yeah, yeah. What John said, Vulcanus is just too good. It's really what it boils down to. Those early days, that first week of mega basing, Vulcanus is just too fucking good. You've got low mining prod in those first days. Don't care because everything is off lava and uses very little calcite. Coal is the only thing you got to worry about. Yeah, you don't have to keep it stationary, but yeah. Bit more logic request from specific planets can check where the platform is to actually send the circuit. That's true. That's true, actually. Yeah. Yeah, you could read what planet it's at. Yeah, that's a good point. You could read what planet the platform's at, and then send the requests specific to that planet only. Hmm. You're like watching the thing grow itself out of a small seed. I've never made a self-growing platform. It takes too goddamn long. Like the whole point behind the strategy that I employ is quickly unlock every technology, get small amounts of EMPs and cryos and everything to Vulcanus ASAP, then just explode on Vulcanus and focus on Vulcanus with a brief detour to Fulgora once your starting island runs out. Well, yeah, you do have to focus on Fulgora a good bit because you need the superconductors for the Quality 3 modules. So, yeah, it's Vulcanus with Fulgora secondary. That's how it played out. Mm. Yeah, but those researches are like mid-ish game, John. They have relatively high starting thresholds. Huge quantities of blue chips across half a dozen medium. I I would say you can't beat how trivial it is to get huge quantities of blue chips simply from Vulcanus. The problem with scaling things up on Fulgora is you have to scale up everything else. You're like, oh, I need more blue chips, so you have to like worry about disposing of red chips, concrete, copper wire, fucking gears, batteries, holmium, LDS, all the other junk that comes out of it. Like I tried using Fulgora as my main planet on my first space age megabase last year. And during that process I was like, I'm never doing this again. We're doing Vulcanus next time. This year we did Vulcanus. And I have no regrets. I think it was the way to go. And my main concern about Vulcanus is not about changing Vulcanus, is not about anything that went wrong or that I would want to change with the strategy I did. It's hoping Woob doesn't break it by fucking screwing up quality ships or something like that and locking us into Novice for the quality planet, which would lock us into Novice for the shipyard. You would still have a decent amount of stuff built on Vulcanus, but it would be so much worse. But like hijacking old silos to build a new platform is not a problem. Like that's the thing. It's not a problem. It's not a fucking problem. Well, once you're on Vulcanus, building silos is trivial. You can get like 100 silos set up, by the end of day two. It's just not an issue. Next year we use Gleba someday. So yeah, you can make these planet specific with little fancy circuitry. So I guess it's fine the way they implemented it. Wait. Hold on a second. They're not giving us the red green though. Or if they are, they haven't hinted at it yet. You can set requests on a hub, but you can't filter which wire it comes on. So if you have other random signals going to the hub for whatever fucking reason, then it's going to set those as a request. That's a problem. I don't know how many other random fucking wires the signals are on this green wire. But my instinct wants to say, my instinct wants to say that, yeah, it's, well, I want to say, just don't send other signals. Just don't send other signals, I guess. He fucking says. Bro, do you see, like, how many fucking wires are going through the hub right now? Yeah, that's why I'm sending this power pole right now. I want to see, like, okay, you see the fucking problem? It's gonna send all those signals back as requests. Mm. Like, that's right, the con. Well, let me say if I uncheck that. Well, congratulations. Now we're just requesting ammo and a planet. I mean, I guess I could kind of try to change it so the ammo red signals don't go through the hub. I can't. I don't think they were being checked for anything. I don't. The determination on which signals get sent back is really fucking like counterintuitive. Because on the ag tower, they definitely get sent back. It's how the fucking system works. Like, if you look at it here, let me see one that's a little easier to see. Like, if you look at this, this has, this is read contents enable disable. This is reading based on that. Which is based on this. Like, this is enabling disabling based on that. You see, when there's 4 wood, it's disabled. So on this, reading contents does send back. But on hubs, it doesn't. Yeah, it's extremely counterintuitive behavior. If you had to set it to the band-aid after band-aid. Yeah, I mean, you could probably make it work, I guess. Anyway, what else? Oh, it even says right here. Yeah, it's possible to use it because of a magic of self-subtraction. Yeah, so the thing is, like, that's self-subtraction. It's not universal, though, so that's, like, the definition of a hidden feature that's going to be really counterintuitive. I mean, if I find something counterintuitive, your, like, average person's brain is, going to get deep fried. Yep, they killed my bathroom key. They're killing my bathroom key. That's definitely going to require some big changes to the Promethean platforms at some point. Radar universe. Hopefully better than Stargate universe. And there's channels. Can you only set them to planets, or can you set them to anything you want? I mean, I would assume it's anything you want, but it's not making that perfectly clear. I like channels for I don't think I'm not sure they added that. It seems to be universe only, I think. Well, even if it was universe and surface, like, that would still be pretty useful. You can set them to anything? Okay, so there's like an unlimited amount of channels then? I mean, hell, that might make things more easier with clocking as well. Because, like, instead of running, 50 different fucking circuit wires across, we could just put, like, radars on both ends and set them to different channels. Everyone invest in the radars right now. Put all your money out of gold and invest in the radars. Buy stock in radar production companies. Radar stock's about to go through the roof. Is it like assembling a rocket part here or something? Just a cylinder? Oh, there's a RoboPart thing now. Yeah. Instead of them just magically coming to the center of the silo. I thought it was going to assemble like a whole little rocket part here. But, you know, it makes sense. It's just a simple looping animation. Yeah, the infinite tube is kind of like. It almost feels like more like a drilling thing than a space thing, right? Because I mean, that's sort of how oil drills work, right? You know, just keeping on. I mean, obviously not with a cylinder that big, but it's the same principle, right? You keep just adding parts to the top and pushing the bottom further down. I don't know, I didn't think anything was wrong with the old animation, but so we'd spot the differences. So they added this thing and this thing. Top left seems to be basically the same. And bottom left seems to be basically the same. I think their main thing with this is they wanted like a more active animation while the rocket parts were being made. I think that was their design goal with this. Although that just keeps going nonstop. Never mind. I don't even know. I mean, I guess it could be making the next rocket, but yeah, that just seems to go nonstop. I don't know then. Top left is spinny. Oh yeah, I guess so. I don't know if I care for that jiggle though. Like the whole thing jiggling feels weird. Feels like the Oni style, like super cartoony animations, where like machines would have this like be constantly jiggling and wiggling. Like something that big probably shouldn't be jiggling like that. Yeah, I'm still not getting the whole egg transfer thing. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. It's a big mech punching cubes of metal into parts, and another one like what? Maybe, maybe not. Of the Promethean group sent an alert to an egg ship that it's approaching a kill. It says when I'm getting close. Yeah, but it's like, why not just have the ship go to Novice? Like you realize the Promethean ship going to Novice and then back out to a kilo. It's like 0.1% of its total travel time or something, or maybe like 1% at best. Yeah, I'm not sold on the egg delivery ship at all. How would it be more optimal? It's going to be the same design pretty much. Can live on the edge dangerously. Okay. So, quick recap. On the mixed rocket overfill, I do not agree with I do not agree with this. This is probably the single thing I disagree with most in the FFF. I don't like the over deliver system. I think they should instead just do a timeout system like I described. This is good. Yeah, this is good. I thought they already implemented something like this, but I guess I never really had a big issue with it because I use a, seating blueprint for my Promethean ships, which are the largest ones. Yeah, modded crap. This is, I guess, good. This is fine. And this is good. And yeah, this is good too. I'm sure I'll find some way to implement it. The radar changes are probably the single biggest change, I think. Of everything that we're getting, the radar changes are by far the biggest. Because this is going to eliminate bathroom keys entirely, yeah. Because we can just send the signal directly. So it's going to completely eliminate the bathroom key system. And it will also make it so that you can hibernate Gleba remotely more easily. Supposed idea is that the prop ship requires a lot of infrastructure space on the ship that is designed to rush eggs. No, there's zero. That's completely wrong. There is zero infrastructure on the Promethean ship designed to only rush eggs. Because the same infrastructure that rushes the eggs from Novice to a kilo is the same infrastructure that rushes eggs from a kilo to the Promethean fields. It's not like you're cutting thruster stacking. You reduce the asteroid count? The asteroid count is only significant in the Promethean fields. Yeah, I mean, like, this is one of those things where it's like, if you guys want to do it, go right ahead. Just because I don't do something doesn't mean you can. If you think it's a good idea, go ahead and do it. But I can't. I don't see myself setting up like an egg delivery system. No, I don't see myself doing that. The thing is, it's going to be longer no matter what. No matter how well you do it, it's going to take more time than it would be just to load them directly onto the ship at Novice. Because what you're doing is like, instead of like load ships, load eggs at Novice, straight blast out to the Promethean fields without stopping. Now, from the egg point of view, they're being loaded onto a hauler ship, which takes the exact amount of time as it would take to load up onto the Promethean ship. Maybe even longer, because your hauler ship might not have the same number of cargo hatches. Well, let's assume it's the same amount of time. Then it has to go out to a kilo. And now, instead of those eggs just continuing to straight blast out to the fields, they now have to go through a transfer time. And if that transfer time is anything similar to the planet to surface transfer time, it's going to be about a minute. Even if they lower to like 30 seconds, from the egg point of view, the eggs are taking longer to get to the fields. So yeah, no, I just don't see it. I just don't see it. I see the platform-to-platform transfer being more useful in the early game. Potentially. But yeah, I don't see an egg delivery ship being optimal. Yeah, it's a nice feature to have, for sure. But it wasn't on my list. You know, when I had my list of like 50 things I sent to Konage to send to the devs, platform to platform transfer was actually not on that list. Because it's not something I felt like I've really ever needed at some point. And I think even just this discussion proves it. You know, it's something where it's like, it feels like we're forcing a way to try to make it work, rather than like, you know, finding a naturally logical place to do it. I mean, a big part of it is like our platform design has evolved heavily without it. But yeah, I mean, early game is where it's probably more useful. Or for just storing Prometheum science in orbit. Like, I could see that. You could have just a very large platform hovering in novice orbit that doesn't go anywhere, that just has a million cargo bays, that just stores Prometheum science and trickles it down to novice. Like, that would probably be a more useful feature of it, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you told me there's one feature on here on this FFF that you have to cut, like you have no choice, something has to go, well, I'd probably cut the over delivering bullshit first. But yeah, that's I think the least useful feature that's listed here. This is by far the biggest thing. Like, I'm sorry, like the rest of this is kind of bullshit. Like, compared to how much this changes things, the radar thing. Like, all of this, I would consider to be relatively minor. You know, just random ass bullshit. Like, if you told me to pick between the radar signals and every other change listed here, I wouldn't even hesitate. It's the radar signals 100%. Like, the elimination, I mean, it kind of sucks to eliminate the bathroom key system, you know, because I put a good amount of effort into developing it, and it sort of has my name attached to it, you know. But yeah, like, no more bathroom keys, simpler cross planet signaling, etc., etc. You can even get really fancy and have ship requests be set based on how much is available on the planet. Like, only a request up from the planet when there's a certain amount available, right? Do it dynamically, even. Yeah, I mean, you could do all sort of like crazy shit instead of just having a static value on the platform. So yeah, this is everything. This shit's fucking everything. That's the single biggest change by far. Quantum transfer is really useful. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I could definitely see it for quantums. Yeah, dynamic silo cargo. Yeah. Thoughts on space malls for platform to platform? I mean, I would say a space mall is better than it was before pre 2.1. Some people still do space malls in current meta. I never did one. I've always thought it would be an interesting project to design. But this is a problem. This is one of those things where the hamster stuff just kind of trumps everything. Because of the way we hamster through the game in the first day or so, you have to remember that by the time day 2 starts, I have every planet unlocked, every major technology unlocked, and I can essentially build on like any planet that I want. Obviously, I'm building on Vulcanus. So generally, I have a very high industrial output on Vulcanus, like extremely quickly, which sort of makes a space mall redundant. Like I think what I've said before, if I can recall my exact words, was that a space mall is sort of made quickly redundant by having good interplanetary logistics. And it's a lot simpler to set up those interplanetary logistics, once you know what you're doing. Because having like a proper space mall platform is a pretty, relatively large, relatively complicated platform. It's definitely better in 2.1 now, right, for sure. But yeah. I mean, the thing, if you have to look at it from my point of view, the way I see things is by the dawn of day 2, well, maybe not the dawn, but by midday on day 2, so like 12 hours played or something like that, 12, 13 hours played, rocket launches are now free. That's how I look at the game. Like 13, 14 hours into the game, rocket launches are free. They have effectively no cost. And the whole point of a space platform is you're trying to save on rocket launches, but the trade-off is you have a much more limited access to material, right? Because instead of having the lava on Vulcanus, they're gathering things in space. Plenty of posts for lamenting. I mean, I lamented lack of platform to platform when I first started playing Space Age, but I'm not really a beginner anymore. But yeah, I mean, it's like the overflow thing as well. Like I feel like these are more useful for like new players, I guess, and not too industrial juggernauts like we are. A fully interrupt-based supply system. Fully interrupt-based supply system. I don't see the point of an interrupt-based supply system though. I mean, just doing something like this works so damn well already. I mean, yeah, you could maybe set up something like interrupt-based if you wanted, but it would be way more complicated for questionable game, right? As opposed to just having one ship go on a loop to all the planets. Hey, Konich. Sorry, I'm a little behind on chat right now. Your quality upcycler ship is a legendary space mall. Yeah, I mean, you can do that too. And Martin. You're missing the part well over 90% don't know what they're doing. I mean, I did address that directly, actually. I've said multiple times that You know, some of these features, they're definitely going to help new players much more than people like us. I wish we get interrupts. I could interrupt platforms mid-transit. The problem is it has to do a check. It would have to do a check. Like, it has to do a check at some point. And right now, for both trains and platforms, that check is performed at only one point, and that's when a ship leaves. So you'd have to be checking much more frequently, and, you know, UPS costs, etc., etc. But yeah, unfortunately, there's no mid-transit interrupt right now. Next week's FFF trains. I mean, I'm sure we're gonna get an FFF dedicated to trains. I'm worried about the FFF dedicated to quality. That's a scary one. Hey, Oleg, Ray Jeff. Yeah, yeah, like yeah. I mean, that's something I already mentioned. Having a large platform in novice orbit that just consists of like 500 million cargo bays and nothing else that you can use sort of like your science depot kind of thing. No, you still need two. No, you still need two. You're missing the reason why you need two. The reason you need two is because you need a ship that's constantly receiving at all times. Otherwise, you have to build bigger on Fulgora. Like, if you have ships that are constantly receiving, then you can use this. If you don't have ships that are constantly receiving, you have to use this, which has, you know, literally twice as many silos. Oh, you mean another platform in orbit just to hold the science after it's being launched? I mean, is that really a better solution than just having a fucking second ship, though? I don't know. You'd have to test that. See which is actually better, I guess. Alright, here, let me just save over this one, because we didn't wind up doing it there. Alright, let's start working on 10 million. Here we go. We start with the labs. We start with the labs. Okay, we need to remove these trees for now. Be a little bit of a pollution explosion, but yeah, you need to go right now. Yeah, the speed of the ship-to-ship transfer is definitely going to be... Oh, my sound is off. Definitely going to be one of those things that that influences how useful it is. It's gonna be a lot of seats to pick up. It wasn't that big of a field, actually. Yeah, these pumps are a whole nother fucking story. Yeah, if I'm on a kill, the update time is slightly better. I think we should be okay to stay under 12. Or under 16, I mean, at 10 million. You have to remember, this shit's not clocked. We have shit like this still around. I could remove these ships too, although I really don't think that's going to change very much. You know, there's a few break glass in case of emergency UPS buttons I can still push. Yeah, those inner planet ships don't use as much UPS as you guys are thinking. Like, it's really just the Prometheum ships, and only when they're moving, you know, in the Prometheum fields are the ones that use, like, an insane amount. Like, ships that are just kind of, like, inner planet chilling, they really don't, or ships that are, you know, not moving, they don't really use much at all. Yeah, it's about to, cutting a lot of these right connections. I don't know, I kind of want to move the iron supply for the right side. Yeah, we talked about the chip quantums. A few minutes? I think you are overestimating how quickly the ships get out from Novice to, like, Aquilo. Like, they get out there pretty damn fast. Seven hours into the day one stream? Yeah, good luck. But hey, all those VODs are up there because people kept asking for it. So many seeds. I need bigger chests. It's pollution control. It is all pollution control. Labs generate a shitload of pollution. But we're expanding the labs for 10 million right now, so all the trees on the right side, both top and bottom, need to be redone. I'm hoping to get the labs done today. There's labs and then all the novice science colors. Got a little bit of a late start today. If we can just get the labs done, that would be nice. Because that's a pretty big part, especially regarding all the circuitry that has to be precisely connected with a million fucking wires for the clocking system and whatnot. You can blame Conage for that one. It's all his fault. this is so ass. Connect from down here for now. Oi! Wait, why did it drop all the way to 0? Oh, it's probably because the lead lab got starved, right? Yeah. That's probably the reason. It's the reason to control the pollution. What is the reason to control pollution? Because if you don't control the pollution, your cloud will spread to be like this, basically. And you'll have to do an enormous amount of biter clearing by hand. Like an actually enormous amount. You have to do way less biter clearing. Yeah, those pumps are in the way down there. Okay, we need to just rethink how that functions entirely. Just remove it all right now. Alright, so science is going to drop to 0 for a little while. Nothing we can do about that. Yeah, we've seen it. We talked about it too. Well, trees are just as effective on Death World as they're on regular. Bot lasers. Have I made a guide for the quick setup? Yeah, there's 2 YouTube videos. There's one that goes over the base concept itself and how everything roughly works, and then there's the run itself. The 7-hour run. This shouldn't be that hard to find. Just gotta search for hamster. I'm not looking forward to doing the top half. You read from inserter. To that inserter. So from spoilage to spoilage. Like that, I think. Why are you not hooked up? Because there's no interior connect. That's fine. Alright, I should get the rest done. I think I might have too many cargo bays. Yeah, we're not over by that much. Not overshooting by as much as I thought. I'll just copy the whole thing. I'll just remove the chest manually. It's finally becoming complete. The Eye of Sauron. It's almost finished. Soon all of Middle Novice will feel our wrath. Maybe leave those disconnected for now. We'll do it like here. Okay, you. So we have this issue of this fucking iron is the one to supply all this right now. I guess I'm going to temporarily hook it back up. Maybe I should do the trees first. I should potentially move the left side trees too. I really don't want to move the whole thing. But what I was kind of envisioning was having both processing centers like right here, back to back. Then one goes down to the left, one goes down to the right. Would probably be ideal. Yeah, we should probably do the trees first before we do the pipe. Even if it means science is offline a little longer, it's fine. Hey, Mine King. Why doesn't yours look like it? I don't know. Good question. Alright, so here's the middle. It's 4 tiles here. I don't want to factor in that pipe when putting the trace down because it's probably going to be gone long term. I want perfect tree placement now. So we want you to go right up to the edge of the concrete, yeah. Except we have the robos there, so it can't be right up to the edge of the concrete. It'll be a little bit below it. Going that way. Like right there, that's basically perfect. Could probably run the pipe right up here or something. Or it actually already is. Except I need the million pumps, and that's going to be the fun part. It was like 20 or so. I don't even remember. Maybe 15. Well, the lights are already glowing the correct colors, so at least some wires are correct. $3.16. What the fuck? You're what? 71? 244? Oh, this is gonna be close. Oh, thank fuck. 317. $317. The version without the belts in the middle? What do you mean without the belts in the middle? Pipeline extent? 320. How I distribute all the science? Novice sciences come in the sides. They're just belted in the sides. Still need to fix that squiggle at some point. I'd have to shift all the belts for it though. It'd be a little obnoxious. And then the stuff from Off-World comes through the hub. I feel like I should just use the double processor immediately. It's gonna be a pretty big block. We covered the FF for like the first hour of the stream, so just check the VOD if you want to hear thoughts. I went over it pretty thoroughly, and so did Chad. But the TLDR is that the radar signals are the biggest change by far. The other stuff's nice. Some stuff I think they could do a better job with. But the radar signals are the big game changer as far as I'm concerned. That has the potential to impact like a lot of things. Yeah, we need to take it all the way to the edge. Let's not forget to... Yeah, I really just want to do the same thing on the other side. Like, while we're just going ham on trees, let's just make both sides perfect now. That isn't even the same vertical. Oh, it is the same vertical. Well, what is it? Like, how close is it to being perfect? It's a little ways away. You go about to here, right? Yeah. So if I put you here... Yeah, it's like... Ah! This is like the worst kind of OCD, man. It's like I get slightly more trees, slightly more symmetry if I redo left side trees as well, but redoing left side trees is like another fucking like 30 minutes of moving seeds around. But it's so close to being like that perfect symmetry, man. It's so close to being that perfect symmetry. Like, I really just want it to be like, you know... like that, you know? Fuck it, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Welcome to Seed Town. Population tree. Every time I open Hobbit's stream, he's always planting trees, man. Every time. Trees, trees, and more trees. I'm not requesting cargo base. Well, that group isn't even enabled. Whatever, I'll fix that later. One thing at a time. Here, let's see if I can make my life a little bit easier. Holy shit, dude. Alright, I need that shit. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking like tie myself with a rope to a biter to stop the bulldozers from knocking it over. Fucking biter hugging hippie. That's a pretty sizable one to tear down too. I didn't finish building all this. The top labs are going to be a lot more difficult. I haven't finished the wires, I think, on the bottom labs. I think I might have done them. There's only like 3, right? There's the interior red and green, then the exterior green, so maybe I did get all of them. Right? There's no more cross connects. I guess red has a cross connect on the left here. I'm just keeping them the same. So 4 wire connects. Red cross connect on the left. Red green on the right, and then green again on the outside. And these are all in place. So these labs should be primed and ready to go. Yeah, especially because this went around. It's gonna. I don't know. And that's the calcite belt too. How much stone is left here? 856k. Just keep going back for more material. We're probably gonna need more. Yeah, I don't think a zombie rights activist group would last very long. Alright, let's start cutting it from this side down. This is gonna suck. Oh, that was a load-bearing power line? Really? We're running through the trees now, I guess. Right, the good news is topside trees are basically where I want them on that side, so I don't need to redo those. Oh yeah, 1800's plenty. I only made like 1,000. I made like 1,000 and then I stopped making them entirely. Yeah, I still have 745 left. So yeah, it's you're way over. But yeah, that's how I handled biochambers, and that's how I recommend handling them. Because it's annoying to keep that setup running because of the legendary nutrient requirement. Whoops, what am I doing? Wrong side. It's one of those things where you just set it up, make however much you need for the entire run, and then you shut the whole thing down. EM plants? 2,000? Yeah, about 2,000. This isn't accurate because it also, I've also deconstructed a lot. Yeah, I think that's the number you're looking for. Yeah, about 2K. Less than I would thought, honestly. Yeah, it's mainly the biochambers are obnoxious because they require the legendary nutrients. And the best way to get that is legendary biter eggs, so you're like shipping legendary biters from novice to gleba for the entire time that you were making, the entire time that you're making those. Okay, are you good, or do I want to expand you further? I probably want to push it further. The Need for Seed. Well, how have I not used that as a stream title yet? Wow. My pun game is slipping. Is this the waiting room for the 2.1 update? Maybe. I'm not sure myself, honestly. Looks like... You made your nutrients from legendary spoilage? Yes, but how did you make your legendary spoilage? If the 2.1 is good, I mean, we have a pretty good idea of what's in 2.1. Now, what'll probably happen is, like, we'll have, like, maybe a day or two where maybe we load up this Megabase in 2.1. Maybe try to implement some of the solutions, like the radar ones, but... No, the majority of the stuff that we do for 2.1 will be for the next Megabase. I don't think 2.1 is going to be, like, this big content patch that, like, gets a shitload of people to suddenly check out Factorio again, right? Like, if you're playing Factorio actively, you're gonna be like, this is neat. But I don't think there's gonna be some, like, giant fucking spike of people returning just for 2.1. I might be wrong about that, though. But no, we're still kind of sticking to the general plan. I'm removing and replanting because I can get a slightly denser tree layout. It's a minor optimization, but, you know, we're at the point of minor optimizations anyway. A slightly denser and a slightly more aesthetic tree layout. That's the more important part, honestly. It's gonna look cooler, okay? And that's all that matters. Quality nutrients plus upcycling? Yeah. And how did you get the quality nutrients? I feel like there's a chicken and egg thing going on here. Playing other games, you'll probably check back, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I'll probably sit down and, like, update, like, the Prometheum ships and the launching center or something. I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. But, I mean, this Megabase is more or less going to be finished, right? By the time 2.1 releases. You still don't have enough seats? Oh, I'm forgetting the, Well, you're missing a fucking shitload of modules still. Hold on a second. Oh, fuck. We do have modules, right? Or are we out of modules on this planet? We have some, not a lot, though. I'm just gonna wait for the ship. So I have like 10? Oh, it's more than 10. It's like 14. I didn't even have the bioflux there going. Can you plant trees in the base game? It's Space Age. It's the expansion, the official expansion. If you're new to the game, play through the game once, launch a rocket, and then get Space Age. Don't waste too much time on the vanilla game. Also, make sure you don't pick a fucking desert seed as your first run. There you go. Now you're set. One per tile? One per 3 tiles. It's 1 per 3, if you look closely. The building is 3 by 3. So yeah, 1 per 3. We do some cheeky shit, though. Like, you can actually overlap the edges. Like, you can see the edge of this is, like, here. Like, to the right of that pipe, but that's on the inside. You can actually overlap very slightly. Like, these are closer than 1 per 3. Like, the edges only take up 2 tiles each. But that's the most overlap you can do. But yeah, you can get a little tricksy with it. We've optimized the best that we can. Endgame aesthetic of burning out all the natural forests early and replace them? Yeah, I've talked about that before. There's definitely a full circle mechanic. Like, you know, it's like we've come full circle. Whereas early in the game, you're tearing everything down. And then endgame, we're replanting the forests. This base is insane? I would hope so. Spent a lot of time on it. Spent Where am I going? I'm running past my seed boxes. How did the submission contest go? It went, like, well, I got a little curveball-y. I had to reclock the damn thing at the last minute. It was, like, fine standalone, but when I had it all hooked up, like, there... Oh, that reminds me, I need to fucking update the clocks on the yellow science to the new ones. Are we even good? Why am I at 7166? It's not enough pumps going to the right or something? It's gotta be that. No, right looks good. Wait, what's the problem then? Why is our science low? Let's cycle it. Let's see what happens. Yo, Cryo, how you been? But yeah, I had some curveballs on the submission thing, but it's submitted. I mean, I'm not going to win. I know I'm not going to win. Like, kebab design is proving to be, you know, the endgame replacement for blade design at this point. So, and I didn't design a kebab. I designed a blade. They're nice if they looked at trains. We're probably getting quality trains at 2.1. But they haven't said much else. The last minute reclock? Yeah. It was definitely a bit of a pain in the ass. But we got it done. Oops. Kebab design? Yeah, kebab design. That's what we're calling it. No, yeah, I would. That alone won't make him UPS meta, but yeah, I mean, maybe we'll get something more. We'll see. I mean, like 2.1 is going to be on. You have to remember, 2.1 is going to be on experimental for a very long time. Like they're planning on leaving it on experimental for like several months to gather feedback and do testing and whatnot. It's basically going to be a public beta. So we'll see what they have cooked up, and then we'll make our suggestions based off that. I'm almost forgetting to do this. We'll just do it like that. Oh, the dev responded was okay? Did you let him know that this is like hundreds of people's worth of suggestions, including prominent community content creators, and not just, one or two people's lists, but it's a pretty big one. I don't think I ever actually responded to that poll that you made. I kind of forgot about it, actually. Like the one where you had everybody voting. I forgot to, fill that out. I had a headache. I've had a headache for most of this past week. Like, I've been popping I've been popping aspirins like Tic Tacs. I don't know what's up. It seems to be getting slightly better, but yeah. Most of the week was kind of shitty. And that's actually why I didn't stream Thursday. I was just too out of it. People can still do it for funsies. Ooh, funsies. Edge cases of what? You're still not backed up. Top was quality wagons? Not surprised on that. So many seeds. So many seeds. I might have too many seeds. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm probably going to be railgunning a good bit of this. This feels like too many. I think this is almost done. Yeah, it's starting to back up now. I think after that, that's done. My SPM is low and I don't know why. Alright, after we finish this, we need to figure out why. Yeah, that's more boxes than I had on the left side boxes. There's a lot of boxes. But is that all of them? Finally. Okay, there we go. Need for Speed Underground. Well, these would have been great a couple weeks ago. I just realized I could have overlapped him one that way too, couldn't I? Yeah, I didn't think about that, did I? Oh, it's only a 1 tile overlap, yeah. Not 2 tile. It would have been shifted one way left or right. It's fine. We need to cut down the perfection levels here. Something reasonable. So you're going to go here. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, here we go. What happened to WoW? What do you mean, what happened to WoW? Nothing happened. I did what I wanted to do. Oh, you're asking Derek. I thought you meant you were talking to me about the Turtle WoW thing. I didn't see Derek was in chat. How you doing, man? Turtle WoW rip? Yeah. Yeah, I wound up, I took a couple weeks off, like, a couple weeks ago, and, I actually leveled a character to 60 in Turtle WoW just to see the content. Like, right before it closed, basically. It was a nice little, vacation, I guess. That lines up so close to perfectly. Yeah, I can still plant there even though the outer one is blocked. Unfortunate. I didn't hook up the wire, did I? Show Conage the use to allowing inserters to insert back into collectors? You mean on these ships? I mean, we're not getting that, are we? Or was it on the suggestion list or something? How's Stone Age going? It's Tree Age now. Seed Age. It was on the list? Yeah, I mean, it should be a feature. Because then I could, like, circuit this to only pick up if it's over a certain number or under a certain number. And then this could output back into the collector instead of just space dumping. Because these recipes have a 20% chance to return the chunk. So yeah, being able to insert back into collectors would be nice. Especially at lower asteroid productivity levels. Yeah, I mean, even if it's only asteroids, I'm okay with that. But yeah. Well, the thing with allowing you to insert anything is it would sort of violate the whole rule of no chests on platforms, right? Because right now you're not allowed to put chests on platforms, but if you could insert anything into a collector, then you've essentially just created a chest. And not just any chest, but like a chest with a 3x2 surface area as well. But yeah, like all I would want is asteroid reinsertion. Yeah, that'd be nice. That would be nice. I don't know if that should be there. Episodes? What, of the base? Well, I mean, we'll see if we can finish it this weekend, but me missing Thursday again, it definitely didn't help on that front. As well as not the earliest start today. I was thinking it would be kind of nice if we ended right on number 69. Right? But we'll see. We'll go as long as it's needed. I mean, we're working on the 10 million ramp right now, so Yeah, not too many more, no matter which way you look at it. Is there a missing... Like, what? Oh, it had an intermediate thing there. Whatever. Well, as long as it was limited to asteroids only, it would be fine, guy. As long as it's limited to asteroids only. Fucking base bots. Yeah, I think I am gonna put a column there. Taking reinsert into cargo base. Being able to withdraw from cargo base is one of the potential solutions to fixing the hub choke point problem. But given that 2.1 seems to be a bit smaller in scale than we had initially hoped, I am not expecting them to give us a solution to that problem. I think it's going to be the same shit that we currently have. And that's it. They're nerfing asteroid gambling? We don't know. Maybe. Hinted at it, nothing for sure. Haven't hinted at it anytime recently. Quality science packs need a big buff? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Like, the thing is, like, I think the problem is that Woob just kind of added quality science You know, in the same way they added quality to everything else, they were just like, hey, these should have quality too. And they just assigned values to them. I don't think they ever sat down as a company, you know, with everybody at a big fucking like King Arthur Knights of the Factorio table meeting and decided what do we actually want in-game megabases to look like. In the end game, should like these like super end megabases be using quality science? Should they be using normal science? What should the hub look like? All these kinds of questions. I don't think they've ever really thought about these, you know, to the fraction, to anywhere near the extent that we've thought about them as a community. Which is why the solutions are so emergent, right? They're kind of, you know, things that we just kind of figured out, and not really things that, you know, necessarily seem like it was intended to be that way. Because if quality science is not worth using it in, like, endgame megabases, for example, then what's the point of it even existing? But yeah. Stuff like that. And I don't know if they're going to have that conversation. I think the truth is they're happier with the status quo than we would like them to be, but that's a bit of speculation, I guess. Here, can I just have bots do this? Oh yeah, there's no Robo Network out here. I forgot that part. Professional seed manager. Why do these only stack to 10? This would take 1/10 the amount of time if they stack to 100. Is that on your list, Konage? Seed stacking only to 10? Put it on the fucking list. Alright, good news is trees are done. Both left and right. Below lab trees are now done. From now until the end of time. There we go. That's probably way more than that needs to seed, but I mean, we'll see. I'll just come back and railgun the rest later. We need to keep working on the labs. And we need to figure out why I'm at 7.2 million SPM and not 7.5. What is going on? about to be night. Let's take you off and see if we can spot the non-working labs. Down here. You're not getting electro. Oh, did I cut your belts? When I cut everything? Yeah, I cut your belts too. It's like the first 6 or so. Well, that explains it. The improved mixed loading is huge for speedruns? Is it, though? Is it? I don't know. I feel like we're still going to be using ghost silos in speedruns. The radar is the biggest one, yeah. Ship transfers do seem to be free, but we're not sure. But yeah, I mean, what could it cost? Yeah, exactly. Seems too good? I don't think it's as game-changing as people think it is. Like, it's nice, but... yeah, I don't think it's as big as some are acting like it is. Oh, well, I actually used it all up. Yeah. I guess that was a lot of concrete. Do they have a fuel value? No. What's the design reason? To make it so my tree planting is a giant headache. It's pretty much the reason. C to 3 p.m. Stop. Where were all these titles 2 weeks ago? Yeah, we gotta do this one next with the top labs. I mean, the top labs in general. Well, I just realized the top labs are going to be a nightmare, aren't they? Because... fuck. This has to be fed for everything to work. And if that's moving up here, and then we're doing, you know, one of those blocks last because we still have to set up all the shit for it. Well, that's going to be a long time with no science. So I think what I do is I put the labs down physically, and I get the trees where they need to be, but we omit, like, this bottom quadrant for now until the whole thing's ready to be shifted to 10 million. So that way we can at least keep running at 7.5. A tiny bit short again. I don't know why. I'm going to toggle it one more time. Willing to change gameplay based on public beta? I think they're gonna be willing to change things. Well, I hope. But the fact that they're basically giving us a month of beta, I feel like implies that, or several months of beta, implies that they're willing to do, you know, a bit more. At least the bottom looks all nice and proper now. Finally got that symmetry going. As it allows steady launches instead of bursts? That's true. That's true. I don't know. I'm definitely can see some people setting up some really fancy shit with intermediate, like, storage platforms over multiple planets. Whether it'll actually be worth it is another story entirely. Are we actually at 7.5, or do we have labs that are not running? Well, you're not supposed to be running because you don't have shit coming in. Hold on, it's night. We're gonna check really fast. Oh no, we're at 7.505. We're fine. I think we're good now. Is there a value in adding concrete? Aesthetics. You get the speed boost when you land. But no, there's a good amount of shit we're doing now just for aesthetics. But yeah, you can see, like, if you land, it's a notable speed boost. And you can stack with Bioflux. I think Concrete and Bioflux multipliers might be additive with each other. I'm not sure, though. Sonic the Hamster, yeah, something like that. Okay, let's do the top trees and the top labs. But we're not going to complete the top labs the way we did the bottom because of the issues with the lead lab. The one special lab over here. The pain in the ass lab. It increases your move speed and it heals you. It's both the effects of Jelly and Yamako combined. This gives you a heal. This gives you a move speed. And Bioflux gives you both effects at the same time. Bioflux, highly nutritious. Yeah, unfortunately, the cloud didn't spread too much while we did that. But there was also science shut down for a good amount of time. Okay, yeah, so you need to be shifted way up. So let's try to do the seeds. Well, I can't because you have to be shifted up, don't you? Yeah, fuck. Just give me a bunch of boxes down here then. Oh, and get rid of that shit. The bots are on strike again. Gonna actually attempt this? What? Moving the top labs? I have to. What do you mean gonna attempt it? I fucking have to. Well, I mean, what really the mistake was, it's not in what you did, it's in what I did. Like, you should do the top one first. Like, that should be the first block. Is the one that includes the circuits. But yeah, what'll probably happen is I'll paste down the whole thing, hook up all the wires on the new ones, and then we'll just move the control center in one big swoop. But yeah. But yeah, all the trees have to move anyway, so... Let's go. Let's get to it. But right now... I should just get rid of, like, the seed output, actually. Yeah, just shred all wood, something like that. Alright, here we go. Because I need them when I reseed. That's why. when the new blocks go down, the setup is seed positive, so even from a small number of seeds, it'll eventually, you know, fill the whole thing out, but it will take a very, very long time. If you seed it, it gets it going much more quickly, which is important because, you know, we're kind of actively producing science. And therefore actively producing pollution. This one isn't as big as the bottom one, though, fortunately. The lead labs are one of the first... Well, it needs to be, yeah, one of the first ones that goes down. But yeah... Everything extra to reduce trips? Yeah. Yeah, I do need to remove that. course, doesn't help when my bots are on strike. You'll probably need to clear out novice inventory at some point. Maybe. Yeah, I usually do. I just kind of forgot. And now I've got just the bare minimum. Alright, no, there's still some in there. That's gonna get removed. Why are my bots so slow? I'm about to just dump everything in purple chest, bro. Then I mean... They're just moving all at once. Where do they go? Keep the seeds. Hey, Optic. Really? I thought you were here for the trees, man. Well, these closet arborists going like, oh yeah. I'm here for that big, thick trunk action. Only here for Muse? What are you going to do when Muse is not the next song playing? What are you going to do, huh? I disappear from the viewer list? Joke's on you. I can't see the viewer list. Eat raw meat with onions? Hey, what do you mean raw meat? What do you mean raw meat? How many SPM? I have 7.5 million SPMs. I have all the SPMs. Song request, more Muse. We're actually on a radio station right now. That's right. We're not on the playlist. Well, yeah, I mean, staying above 60 UPS is kind of the goal. Jesus, so many more trips than I thought it would be. No, I ran out of juice. No. No. Just raw meat with a pig. Put through a meat grinder and with spices on bread and onion. Why does half of Europe like eat like they're still on war rations or something? Like what? Like raw onion, raw meat, untoasted bread? Like what is going on here? I got normal quality science on everything but space, which is legendary. Yeah, I don't mind raw onions, like, in general, but the combination that he listed there, raw meat, raw onions, on what I'm assuming is raw bread. I'm not much of a breakfast person. I don't really eat breakfast. I can't remember the last time I had breakfast. Unless you count me having dinner at like 6 in the morning. Does that count as breakfast? If I go to sleep right after? Raw pork beef with salt, pepper, and onions is a common thing in South Germany. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. You have to be careful with the raw meat. I'm not a big raw meat person. I mean, raw meat just isn't really a thing in the States, I guess. I can't even think of the last time I had, like, actual raw meat. Other than, like, you know, sushi or something like that. I'm out of juice. Hold on. We gotta wait a second. Well, with the amount of batteries I have. Hormone doped raw meat? I'm pretty sure the EU uses way, way, way more, like, antibiotics and shit. I know in chickens, at least, for sure. Because I know the whole deal with, like, you know, unwashed eggs versus washed eggs. And I know the EU uses way more shit, at least when it comes to chickens, than the US does. It's toasted? Okay, at least you got that going for you. The States have raw milk? Only fucking idiots drink raw milk. You won't find raw milk in grocery stores. Saying the States have raw milk is, like, highly misleading. Because it implies, like, it's a common thing. No, it's like the people who, like, drink raw milk are the same people who shove crystals up their ass thinking it'll cure cancer or something like that. Like, we make fun of those people constantly, and when they get sick, we laugh at them. Like, you have to go to, like, a private farm that's stupid enough to sell raw milk. and buy it directly from them if you want raw milk. It's not like a thing in the States. Some mean water to salt or to marinate. Smoke it for better taste. Does it count for raw? I mean, if you smoke it, then it should probably not be considered. I don't know. At least depending on how much you smoke it. If you were lucky, get an egg with a feather. Yeah, that's what I want. Feathers in my omelets. For half a bit? Yeah. Yeah, you know, they should fix that, shouldn't they? Conage! They should fix that, shouldn't they? It doesn't cure cancer? No, that's ivermectin. You gotta inject ivermectin into the crystal first, and then shove it up your ass. Then it cures everything. Is that fucking Pacho Bell? That sounds a bit like Pacho Bell, doesn't it? Am I not on 1440? No, I'm on 1080. 1440p is something that they're rolling out like little by little. It's like an experimental thing on Twitch. I applied for it, but I haven't heard back regarding it. Might try like applying a second time or something. But yeah, that's why like some streams have it, but not all. No, you should at least have 1080p here. Yeah, it'd be nice if we were on 1440. But it's out of my control. I'm on 1440p, like I am personally. Like in terms of what I'm playing in. I guess it doesn't show on here. But yeah, my resolution is 1440p. How long ago did I apply? Probably like 2 months ago. 2 or 3. It was a while ago. Unwashed eggs are superior because you don't need to keep them refrigerated. From what I understand, there's pros and cons to both. It's specific to resolution? I don't know. As I said, I'm on 1440. So I don't know. So it's 4 squares between? Yeah, it's 4. Yeah, it's exactly the one robo gap. So this would be 1, 2, 3, 4 right here. Would be the corner of that. And we'll go not quite all the way to the end, but like maybe just there. So for now, yeah, my resolution is 1440. Hopefully someday it'll be the Twitch resolution too. AV1? What's AV1? Yeah, exactly, Ernesto. The end result is effectively the same. It just depends on how many antibiotics you want pumped into your chicken. They just kind of exist. We'll be tearing them down at some point. I feel like they kind of fell off a little this album. Hopefully it's just an anomaly. Probably need to send you for more material. And now you can finally start to see what it's going to ultimately look like. The last quadrant. I don't know, man. If I buy a carton of eggs, it's gone within 2 weeks. I don't know how long you guys are preserving your fucking eggs for. I'm completely out of beacons and modules. Curious to know how much this dropped. Oh, barely any, yeah. We still have a lot. Well, in the US, we refrigerate our eggs regardless. We always put them in the fridge. Well, I already know basically where I want to put this. Basically adjacent to where the fourth belt would have been. So, like... one space away, like there. Other way. Oh wait, that already had the extra though. So like that. Yeah, that'll be fine. Alright, let's get this deployed now. Eat 2 for breakfast and then 1 for dinner? The rest for 1 dinner? I don't know, like... I mean, you guys know, I'm super fucking nocturnal, so I just don't eat breakfast. It's been years since I've had a pancake or a waffle or anything like that. Like, I tend to essentially wake up, eat lunch, and then have dinner before I sleep after the stream. And that's basically it. Yeah, let's just do it like right there. Now comes the great seed migration. Have to be watched because of the salmonella? Yeah, but like, we also don't pump our like chickens full of like antibiotics, or at least to the same degree that the EU does. The reason the EU can get away with unwashed eggs is because they have much stricter regulations in terms of how much, you know, antibiotics and other shit you pump full of your chickens with. Speaking of raw milk, by the way, the strongest argument I've ever heard of against raw milk is to get within 10 feet of a cow. Like an actual cow. And I thought that was, you know... I thought that was good. Like, anyone who's been within 10 feet of an actual cow immediately understands the problem that pasteurization is meant to solve. It's like the sheltered, ignorant people. Who don't understand that. Raw milk straight out of the cow? Yeah, you have fun with that one. That's something you only do in a country with universal health care. You're wrong about antibiotics. I mean, the information that I'm citing is directly from people who literally own chicken farms. So I'll take their word for it. It's mostly the French eating raw eggs. I wasn't aware there was anyone eating raw eggs, honestly. I've been near cows all my younger years. Yeah, but do you drink raw milk? I want to remove some of that. Yeah, probably. You saw it dirty? Yeah, exactly. If you ever had mayonnaise, you also had raw eggs? Well, good for me. I fucking hate mayonnaise. I would be completely in favor of a mayonnaise ban. Normally, I believe that, people should be allowed to choose, what they want to choose, eat what they want to eat. All that goes out the window when it comes to fucking mayonnaise. Mayonnaise should be illegal. It forced people to develop actual taste, develop actual sauces. Mayonnaise is the death of flavor. The death of variety. There's nothing worse than going to a new burger or sandwich joint that's opened up and just realizing, like, it's just all mayonnaise on everything. Like, every burger, every sandwich, they're like, yeah, we put mayonnaise on just about every fucking thing. The worst part are the ones that don't even advertise the mayonnaise because it's such a default thing. Like, they won't even list the mayonnaise on the list of ingredients, so they'll just be like, oh yeah, of course we do mayonnaise. Why wouldn't we? Doesn't everybody like mayonnaise? Ketchup is the death of flavor. Oh, well, I guess I also don't eat a lot of ketchup. I like the occasional spicy ketchup. Like, there's some, like, habanero ketchups and other spiced ketchups that I enjoy. But, I admittedly don't eat them very often. Like, I bought a ton, like, a year ago. Well, not even a ton. I bought a couple bottles online a couple years ago of, like, habanero ketchup, that kind of thing. I bought, like, 4 bottles. It was, like, one of habanero, one jalapeno. That kind of thing. I think I'm, like, halfway through the second bottle after, like, over a year, so... Yeah, I definitely don't go through it pretty fast. I'm tired of this song. I feel like I've heard it so many times. Yeah, girl. Ketchup and mustard were the main thing to help people eat it? I don't know about straight awful. Like, salting and curing existed before refrigeration. We just used to cure meats like crazy. But yeah, like, modern refrigeration definitely unlocked the whole, you know, selling of raw meat and cooking at home kind of thing. I'll agree with that. Mayo came way later, unfortunately. Okay. There we go. Give that some time to set up. And we gotta keep working on the labs. Give me you back. And give me all the remaining biolabs. How are there only 89? The rest have got to be in storage somewhere, right? That should be... I mean, we should have exactly enough. None left over. How many rockets had to die for this many laps? What do you mean? Remember to save often? Yeah, I think I have autosaves off right now. Say last save 4 days ago. Cool. Oh, those? Well, let's get the problem with that. Well, I guess we could see it. We made 100,000 to make only 542 legendary. I guess it's less than I expected. Well, these were never made, I think. Yeah, 100,000 A-bombs. Yeah, I probably should just go to the edge. Yeah, I mean, this is the endgame Uranimus. Hey, Andy. Where are we going? I use railguns for tearing down old stuff. More precise, doesn't leave a big fucking scar on the ground. A lot. $348. But you'll run into well, you have to use the double processing center, but yeah, 348. And this is like what? $300. So yeah, actually it's getting kind of up there. I hate that it won't like highlight the ones that are under the fog of war. That one's getting up there, yeah. That one's close. Seems to be okay for now, though. Yeah, as long as you can see seeds of making it to the end. And the wood isn't like, you know, bottlenecking. Well, it might be starting to. I don't know. There's a lot over here. Whatever, we can fine tune it later. I don't remember where the 348 number originally came from. Am I megabasing on every planet? Not sure what that question even means. I mean, the other planets are pretty scaled up too. Not as much as Fulgora is the most scaled up at this point. That's all of Fulgora. Big blocks like this. But yeah, most other planets were scaled to 2.5 million SPM. You have 15k legendary bots removing stuff and moving 30 tiles max and lags. Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be... I mean, even if I zoom in here, you can see my UPS drop a bit. And the bit rate on stream is probably crashing. But yeah, it's always going to be like a very UPS intensive part of the base. There's nothing you can do about that. The best you can do is have a relatively efficient hub design in terms of minimum travel distance for bots and shit. Like 30 is what? So what's 6? So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, I mean, that's about the most you want to have things move, but as you can see, most of the boxes are well under 30. Only a small number of them. Our way out to the edge. But yeah, you want to minimize that time as much as possible. It's way more CPU dependent. GPU doesn't matter. At last. Hey, Weglet. Been a minute since you were here last, has it? Well, appreciate, you know... appreciate the sub regardless. Welcome back. Solve some trash. Yeah, worker speed definitely helps. It's why it's one of the most important late game researches. It's one of the few researches that actually gets you a bit of UPS back. Where am I fucking going? Seeds, alright. Man's just doing nothing but trying to come up with seed titles now. Don't even have chests on them. What is all known? They've released 2 FFFs. I spent the first hour of today's stream covering it a good bit. But the radar shit allowing signals is definitely the biggest one. And being able to send signals between planets and platforms to planets, basically. We're getting global signal networks. That's without a doubt the biggest thing. That's going to change a lot of shit. That's definitely going to change a lot of shit. Why are you out here? Okay. Just get as much done as we can here. Including the new circuits. Well, not new, but moved. They first check for all robot parts to the closest one 3x3 chunks, then if it's nothing good enough, then 5x5, then 7x7. Then all? Okay. So I guess just try to have them as compact as possible. There you go. Looks like it's wearing a hat. Sexiest bell line ever. Well, and not the endless long red, green, and yellow. Coming all the way from fucking Timbuktu. Am I building a pride flag? I don't know, am I? I can't tell anymore. I don't think these are quite the right colors for that. Yeah, I went through the latest FFF at the start of the stream today. Did I break a wire? Oh no, you're just the fuck. Basically, the wires are going like here and up, but they later need to change to just go straight across. Yeah. This is where things get fun. How come that's not... So they're not quite the same on both sides? Just give me this. And no belt-based one? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that is one thing this does have. Does have the aesthetics. Okay, let's start figuring out. Let's start figuring out where these wires are gonna move over to. You can move. I might just have it go right up the middle, you know, nice and symmetrical, right? Well, not counting the power pole. What is it? Conan, what was the splitter for again? I can't remember. This feels like it's not doing anything. I'm removing it. Yeah, as far as I can tell, this doesn't do a damn thing. Hopefully it's not a load-bearing splitter. Okay. Why not just copy it as is? Well, that's what I'm doing. But that random fucking splitter was like... None of the other sides have it. Yeah, none of the other sides have it. I don't know why that one had it. Should I even say what it's for? What, the splitter that was here? Oh, was it for breaking circuit connection? Oh. Yeah, I should have figured because it was on the fucking special belt row. I'm somehow missing modules up here. How are you all missing modules? Like what? What the fuck is going on? The remaining 5K? No, we found that. It was one lab that wasn't working. Well, kinda. I'm out of modules. Shit. Need to go back and get more. Shit. What the hell happened here? How did you lose your connection? Oh, the fucking bottom. I just realized the bottom part got cut off. The bottom part of the recycler section got cut off. With these belts, I gotta change the way this is oriented. Like, where the fucking recyclers? They're missing, that's why. I need modules. Bring, and you better be going ham making more. You're not. Why? Because you have no blue chips. Why do you not have any legendary blue chips? No, they're being made. Yeah, there we go. Well, it wasn't really error. It was when I stamped down these belts and Superforce placed them. Overrode it. It was user error, not BP error. Don't forget the green wire, yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and upgrade this side too. Will that even reach there? Oh, it does. Okay, so we'll just use the middle one then. And that'll be the cross connect. We're not hooking you up just yet. Okay, give me one sec. I need to get some water. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so yeah, we're not going to worry too much about the wires up here. At this point, we've got our belts done. So I think it's time to start putting the builds down. I didn't think we'd get to this today, but I don't know. I guess I was also planning on doing all this wiring today before I realized that, yeah, if we move this, the problem is that if I take this and move this up here, and then shift all the wiring as well, it's going to start reading this lab as the pilot lab. And if it reads that lab as the pilot lab, then it's literally not going to work. Like, we won't have any science running until we have the belts coming in here, and that's, we're a couple days away from that. Right, because we gotta redo the entire fucking right side. I'm thinking we start with the purple and yellow. We start with the purple up here and the yellow up here. And then dismantle that yellow. Maybe start with the blue, actually. Yeah. Let's start with the blue. Because the blue's already, like, in position and ready to go. Alright, boys. This is it. This is the 10 million. The 10 million scale. Here we go. There were 6 things to do for the 10 million scale. Well, 7. Okay, well, 8, but the last 2 are easy. So yeah, we gotta do the labs. We gotta do the red, green, blue, purple, gray, yellow. That's 7 things. And then we gotta do the white science and the electro science. But yeah, as I said, I think those are easy by comparison. So I don't have to worry about, like, redoing belts and shit. Alright, let's get this blue down. Hold 0 emotes? I mean, if there's something you want me to add, just let me know and we can sit down one day. It's been like over a year since I updated all the shit. A year and a half. Okay, so your pipes are already kind of long. Oh, wait, no. The iron one is. Yeah, the iron's gonna need pumps. The others should be good, though. Alright, and we've already got cross-connected clocks. They're coming from the bottom. So we're just gonna copy-paste. These. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I need to get more landfill. Give me the concrete too. Yeah, you can import calcite to other planets and do liquid metals there. And you should be doing that, honestly. If you're still using, like, electric furnaces on Novice, you are doing it wrong. Top one looked misaligned. Oh, shit. Yeah, it was misaligned. Yeah, I mean, we have to import a lot of calcite from Vulcanus. I have 4 belts of calcite running out of the hub right now. It is a non-trivial amount of calcite. The ships are running 64k every couple minutes. We use something like... 33k calcite a minute? Yeah, there you go. 33k calcite a minute. So every shipment of 64k lasts like 2 minutes. There goes my bot energy. Yeah, it takes 1 per craft and you need a ridiculous amount. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. It's gonna be high, let's put it that way. I need a fucking shitload of landfill, too. Something wrong with landfill production? I broke your RoboConnect? My bots! You played Need for Speed Carbon? I've never played Need for Speed. This might here. Take this out for now. We can do the concrete later. Yeah, we might have to do some seed purging. Where'd you go? Yeah, clear that shit out a little bit. Why are we gappy? Was it just because of the coal going through? I'm gonna assume it was because of that. Should be fine now. I need more stuff. Should probably have that be higher. We need a shitload. Gimme! I need stuff. I'm not ready to go. I am ready to sit here and wait for more supplies. That's what I'm ready for. I even have, yeah, they're coming. Yeah, I mean, Satisfactory is a fun game. I played Factorio before Satisfactory, but like, I do recommend it. I do think it's worth buying. But it doesn't have the end game that Factorio does. I mean, I don't think any factory game has the end game Factorio does, honestly. But I haven't played very many. I'm still missing like 500 modules. Eep. You drop all your modules? You already did. You dropped the assemblers too? Yeah. Go back for more. Go back for more. DSP is a decent contender. I haven't played DSP yet. It's the next game we're going to be going to. But from what people have told me, it's not as optimized as Factorio is. Like, relatively speaking, you're going to run into UPS issues much sooner. Yeah, what Archellus just said. You can randomize the spawns? I'm not sure that's a good thing. Like, Satisfactory's map was, you know, hand-sculpted for a reason. I feel like having resources be complete... Like, random as in, like, it uses the existing spawns and then shuffles them out around? Or is it just totally random? It just switches them around? Yeah, that seems really stupid. Because, like, for example, on the far left of the map, there's a good oil spot offshore. Like, that's suddenly turning into, like, quartz or something would be really dumb. Yeah, that sounds dumb. I'd rather just pick a different starting location with the default settings. Default spawns, I mean. Yeah, I need way more material. Way more. Are you ready to come back? Yeah. DSP's Dyson Sphere, yeah. It is in progress. We're just on RoboSpeed 31. I mean, we're at 7.5 million SPM. Trust me, it is very much in progress. But it's like fucking 80-hour research, so. The oil resort? Yeah. Yeah, I did a diluted fuel power plant there that used up every last bit of oil that was generated there. I basically ratioed it to the total output of the oil there, converted it all into diluted fuel, and then made a power plant off of it. It was like the final power plant that I needed. I later made it nuclear, but that was just for the sake of like seeing the nuclear tech tree. And nuclear and Satisfactory sucks, by the way. If you're new to Satisfactory, you might be thinking, oh, nuclear power, that's going to be like the best power, right? No. No, 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 no. Nuclear power in Satisfactory is trash. Just do diluted fuel. Unless they've done like a big nerf to the diluted fuel recipe or something, diluted fuel is just like absolutely the way to go. How can I calculate the amount of items you're importing from a different planet? I just increase the numbers, honestly. Like, I don't bother figuring out exact numbers. There's a reason that when you click on these ships, there's a reason this is a multiple of 2. Because it started at 1K, then that wasn't enough, then 2K. Basically, if something's not enough, I just double it. I am a simple man. That's how we got to 64K, is I just kept doubling it over and over until it was enough. Yeah, I mean, next would be 124, 128K, and so on, 256. You know, 512, 1,024, 2,048, 4,096, 8,192, 16,384. 32,768, 65536, and so on. Yeah, it scales 2x, yeah. Should I try Mega first, or should I go to Space first? You should definitely go to Space first. What? Space is like midway through Space Age. Space is like early game. Megabase is, you know, end game, man. Double it and pass to another ship. Yeah, just Uno reverse it and send it back to the planet. Okay, I think I can drop you down now. And get you. The planet never goes to 0. The planet is requesting, if I can find it. Here. The planet requests, where the hell is it? Oh, I think it's hard-coded. Yeah, the calcite is 128K. Right there. How do you even remember the powers of 2? Generally, computer scientists learn them by heart. Are you asking me that because I'm not a computer scientist? I used to remember it to a pretty high level. Like, after 65536, it was like, what, 131, 072, 262, 144, something like that. I don't know, man. Once upon a time, I used to be decent at math. Remember, I studied physics in college, so yeah. Although I guess powers of two is not as relevant for that as it is for computer science. I don't remember how I learned it, when I learned it. I just learned it. Useful things to know off the top of your head, honestly. Did you can see what's up on Aquila? Yeah, it's asleep right now. The only thing it's doing is making fusion cells. That's it. Yeah, Aquila is basically in hibernation mode at this point. Two cryogenic, not cryogenic, quantum chip blades, and then everything else is ag. And the rest is down here. All the quality shit. Everything else that needs to be made and so on. The landing pad unloading. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what it looks like. Have a BP that? Yeah, it'll be on the blueprint sheet. Everything's on the blueprint sheet. Alright, looks like we got everything now. Yeah, I definitely should let the game run overnight. Down to 350 speeds. Holy, I should have buffered like way higher numbers. Number of modules we need is not trivial. How many prods do I have? The prods are okay. Yeah, I should have buffered more speeds. Is a different solution to storage buffers? No, it's, you know, basically this. You can see a bit better if I zoom in. Just a very dense grouping of requester chests and belts. Yeah, on YouTube. Under the live tab on YouTube. Oh, I'm out of landfill, aren't I? Guess I'm not out of bot energy yet. Oh, I've had like a headache for the past week, and it's like actually why I missed stream Thursday, and I don't know, it's been like off and on, and like for the past hour it's been on, and I have no idea what's causing it. Alright, so you two are the longer ones. You don't need that much plastic, right? Oh, these consume a decent bit. I think we definitely do want a second coal belt. Yeah, I think we do want another coal belt. Well, move it maybe a little further down. Because we are going to need some pumps in there. And all the wires should be already hooked up, yeah. Because of how I copy-pasted it. And then that just leaves the outputs, which are a whole nother story, and we're not going to worry about that right now. It's actually coal right here. Whatever, I'll still grab it from the bottom. Or will I? Yeah, I will. Alright, that's 3 out of 5 inputs. I mean, if it's half, I still need the second one, though. But yeah, I could, fix these modules while I'm at it. What? Why did that not hook up? What the fuck? I just put down a power pole and didn't hook up naturally. Got any more iron? Maybe. Won't be able to tell for sure until the system's running. We won't worry about that for now. Just gonna focus on getting everything down first. Alfred. Alright, so blue's good for now. You know, we may actually be able to finish it up this weekend. I don't know. I guess it depends on how long, you know, stability shit takes. We'll see. I'm more worried about running out of modules than anything else, but if I let the game run overnight, like tonight and tomorrow night, then that'll help a lot with the module production. Is there anything I can do to speed up speed module production? I think it's being limited by space ingredients, right? Yeah, it is. Oh, if I wanted to speed it up, I would, Oh, why aren't you running? You run off the legendary ingredients, but you run off basic. $5K legendary blue chips. Fucking holding you up right now. Wait, what is going on? This doesn't make sense. Yeah, even if I get the blue chips via this, I'm still limited on the red chips. Yeah, it's the red chips, it's the plastic, which comes from the space, coal synthesis, and all that bullshit. Ah! The little quality ship that could. Hard up cycle, coal. Or I could just add more quality ships. Oh, much better. Do I have a command for that already? No? God damn it. We don't know if they'll nerf casino ships. Here, let me just add a fucking command right now. What am I missing? Legendary plastic. It's legendary plastic for the red ships. And the plastic is made by, made using the space ingredients. I fucking lost track of it. It's somewhere there. I'm sure you can see it if you squint hard enough. But yeah, it's the sulfur plus carbon turns into coal. Combine that coal with petroleum. Yeah, that's why it goes in these quick little bursts. I don't know, I'm kind of starting to think you might be right about the hard upcycling. Maybe finally time to use what's left of that patch up there that I never fucking did anything with. Or I could just set it up out here. And obviously we'll need to increase the coal and iron and petroleum production too, but... I mean, I guess I should just go ahead and double it all right now, right? Did this feed more than one thing? Yeah, one dev said one thing, but then Kovarex immediately tased him and put him back in his cage. So we don't... Oh, what the fuck? Were you feeding anything else? No, you're feeding nothing besides this. Okay. So we pretty much know that needs to be doubled, so let's just go ahead and do it. Alright, so it's petroleum. I guess I'll go ahead and just split up the water too. This wind pump probably won't be enough. So coal, petroleum, water is all done. That just leaves copper and iron. And iron is already going off a pretty big build, so it might have enough. And your copper is coming from where again? Down here? Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't need very much copper. There's this over here if I need, though. Yeah, we'll just switch to that. Okay, so it should be more or less good-ish to go. Why are you gapping? Whoa, 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 what happened here? Oh, is that just because I cut the petroleum? It's probably just because I cut the petroleum. Yeah, it should probably be fine now. Just double check the inputs to be sure. Good, good, good. Oh, that water. How are you using up that much water? I think it should be good. Yeah, it should be okay now. You have 2 of your casino ships and no run of that factory? Well, I only have 1 of my casino ships. I used to have 3, but I dismantled a couple of them. Might have dismantled them a little too soon. Current SPM 7.5. Holding pretty steady. Minus, you know, the dips that we get when I'm temporarily working on a build and the flow gets cut. Like what happened right here with the blue. Just trying to make sure we're completely restabilized before I move on. I think it should be good. We'll set up a toggle just in case. Just in case. Probably just a warning light on blue on the right side. Yep, correct. Yeah, so it's fine. Let me go fix the clocks on the yellow before I forget again. Yeah, here. These should be changed to these. Okay. That should do it. Should fix the gap issues that we had. I'd really like to know for sure, though, so... Switch back, and I want to keep an eye on that. Okay, so blue is basically good to go. Worry about gray. Oh, this shit. Fuck's sake. Dude, I was like, watch that, me cutting that corner reveal another nest. That's exactly what happened. 2 nests. 3 nests. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, there we go. This is all nice and shrunken now. When we put Gleba into permanent hibernation and you can reduce this, like this will help our UPS a bit too. Fully shutting down Gleba, no more spore cloud calculations. And we already gained a good bit back now already from not covering that much distance. Okay, I think we got time to start working on another build today, so let's start working on another one. Purple or yellow? Purple or yellow? Which one should we do? Or should I go to Vulcanus and set up a hard coal upcycle? Well, yellow I was thinking of doing here. And I still think that's probably the best location for it. Perp up here. Facing downward, then comes out to the right. And then yellow in here, because this is how big it's going to be. Is that what's the idea? Put yellow like right there. Facing out to the right. So purple goes down, out to the right. Comes down, yellow here. They meet and they both go down. But yeah, like right in there. That's the OG oil. Like that was literally the first oil. Dude, I don't know what's with these headaches. Like an hour ago I was fine. Half an hour ago I was in a lot of pain. And now I'm fine again. I think it just means I'm dying or something. It's so fucking roller coastery. Seven TV still broken? Is it? Hey, Nocta. Yeah, put this on. Someone type Gleba in chat. We'll find out. Type Space Gleba. That one still works. I see that. Sounds like a personal issue, does it not? Okay, shall we commit to yellow then? You know, I think we should go set up a coal fucking thing first. I think we should just go set up a cold hard up cycle on Vulcanus, even if it's temporary. Yeah, I'm done 100 modules. Yeah, let's go fucking do it here. Where am I? I'm further south than I'm thinking. And then we'll come back and work on yellow. But yeah, I'm setting a hard up cycle. Oh, wait, no, you are here. Oh, it's, that shit. Too much PoE 2. I was gonna make a joke about Pock not being online or streaming PoE 2, which is why you're here. But I refrained. Pock left us. Well, isn't he back on Valheim? Like, I saw him streaming PoE 2 for a few days ago, and then he was back on Valheim for like a day. He's got me dabbling in hardcore Valheim runs too now. But I play with a few more mods than he does, and that's not changing, so it's not quite the same. Like, I will never fucking uninstall the mod that automatically grabs shit from chests when you craft. I'm just never uninstalling it. It's too much quality of life. I'm also never uninstalling the mod that I have that increases sailing speed. Do you have any idea how much more fun sailing is when it's actually fast? Like, it no longer feels miserable. I can actually show you what Valheim mods I have right now. Here, I can just pull up this. Yeah, that's what I have right now. So that's a library. I was experimenting with a different extra inventory mod than the previous one. Because this one, I think, has a little too much bloat. This one seems to be better, though. But, yeah, I haven't, like, fully decided which one I like more yet. Yeah, this one and the workbench tweaks. This one lets you, like, pull stuff out when you craft. And I think this one increases workbench radius, amongst some other things. I forget what else. That increases wisp radius in Mistlens. That's the sailing mod that I mentioned that increases sailing speed. This just puts a one-button dodge for dodge. So you don't have to fucking do the stupid block before dodge. It just lets you bind it directly. This I started screwing around with, but I wound up reverting it to the default settings. I actually should uninstall that. Because the problem I found with increasing pickup radius is that you start pulling things through the walls and through the floors and ceiling when you're moving around your own base. Like, if you have a multiple floor base, you'll start pulling shit, like, through the ground. So yeah, I started increasing the pickup radius, but then I wound up putting it back on default. And that's just to solve, like, an audio issue, but it doesn't fully do anything, but yeah. It's mostly quality of life-ish. Except for Seasons, yeah. Yeah, Seasons is the one mod that I'm probably never uninstalling as well. Because Seasons, it changes the game too much. For the better, in my opinion. Like, not only visually, but there's some gameplay changes. I've been, like, tweaking it a lot. Because by default, it, like, comes with, like, some changes to how things work in certain seasons. Like, your example, like, crops will grow faster in spring, but they don't grow in winter. So I've been, like, toying with those settings to do kind of, like, similar stuff. For example, if you hunt animals in fall, you know, before winter, when they're nice and fat, you get more meat. But if you hunt them in, like, winter or spring, you get less meat. So it adds, like, a really nice tempo to the game. Where it's, like, you're incentivized to do certain things in certain seasons. And it also means you don't have to worry about doing everything all the time. Right? Like, you don't need to worry about planting crops in, like, winter, right? If you did a lot in spring. So it adds, like, a really nice tempo to the game. That, and there's also some other nice shit, like, the main reason why I originally wound up installing it was because of the frozen ocean in winter. Like, in winter, the oceans freeze, all water freezes, and it turns to solid ground. So you can't sail anywhere. But you can now run across. So it's easier to go short distances, but it's like impossible to go long distances. Right? So yeah, as I said, like it's more than just a quality of life mod, especially with how I have it set up. But it creates like really nice tempo, and it has really nice aesthetics. No, I haven't played Don't Starve, but I know it's by the same people that did Oni. But yeah, it creates some like really interesting dynamics. For example, like in because the water freezes in winter, if you time your swamps so it's in winter, you can actually have frozen water on swamps in the winter, so you don't have to worry about, being in the water. So you would think like, oh, that's just a straight buff. Not really. It's not really a straight buff. Because A, you're still wet. It doesn't remove the wet debuff. You're still wet in swamps in winter. So you're now like, wet and cold. But the bigger things that I've realized by going to swamps when it's frozen in winter, all the leeches are frozen under the water and you can't kill them. Like, you might get lucky and occasionally find a leech that got frozen like half out of the water, but they're all literally like frozen under the ice and you literally can't get to them. And that's not even the biggest problem. The actual biggest problem is that if you go to swamps in winter to take advantage of the frozen ground, moving into the iron around, you know what else you get in swamps? You get turnips, right? But guess what? Crops don't grow in winter. Crops don't grow in winter. So if you get your turnips during winter or right before winter, there's no time to grow anything. Plants will die if they're like left out during the winter. They will just die. You will lose the seeds. So yeah, it becomes like, it's like slightly easier to move iron around, but it becomes like way harder on everything else. So I don't know, it creates a bunch of like really interesting changes like that. Swamp is definitely the most affected biome with the frozen water changes and whatnot. But yeah, there's like other things like you can't be on the mountains in winter. You just can't. Because you basically get like double freeze. You need 2 pieces of warm clothing to stay warm in the mountains during winter. So just the cape isn't enough. And I don't know if you've noticed, but there's not a lot of pieces of warm clothing in the game. So yeah, it makes you pre-plan everything. Like, if you're stupid about it, it definitely makes the game a lot harder. If you're smart about it, I would say it makes the game slightly easier, but, like, you really have to pre-plan things. You have to be like, okay, I need to, like, make sure you get your crops and your bees done. For example, you need to get those done in the spring. Because you get more honey and more crop growth in, like, the spring, summer. But then you get less in the winter and then none, or less in the fall and then none in the winter. So if you don't have like a bank of honey before winter, you like can't make meads. If you don't have a bank of crops, you literally can't, do any of that. But yeah, it makes you like time things better. As I said, it makes things more interesting. But in my opinion, it adds a lot to the game, so yeah. I've kind of been like balancing the game around it. Like here, these are the config files. I still have them open too, because I was playing it the other day. But yeah, you can see, you can modify... Like, you stay rested for less duration in the winter. Like, your rested duration buff lasts less in the winter. But it lasts a little bit longer in summer. So that's kind of the way how things are balanced right now. There's a penalty during one season, and then during the opposite season, there's a bonus. And then in the middle seasons, it's kind of like average. But yeah, you can see Beehive. If you look at it, Beehive in spring is 1.5. In summer, it's 2.0. In fall, it drops to 0.5. And then in winter, you get 0. So you got to make sure you have all your honey like early on, which makes like the first year really interesting because you got to like find your bees quickly, etc. I'm still trying to like figure out. I'm still toying with variables. Default days was 10 per season. I wound up putting it up to 15 because it felt like too rushed. Like I felt like I was under too much time pressure. But I think 15 is too slow. I might put it at like 12 or something. Oh yeah, there's definitely a winter is coming, yeah. For sure. For sure. But yeah. I still need to like keep adjusting some of these numbers. One of the issues I ran into was like if you put penalties too severe in the spring and summer, it makes the first year can make the first year feel like really shit. Like killing like 5 necks, for example, and not getting a single neck tail. Like in the in the first day of the game, because you get less meat from animals in spring can be really cancer. So yeah, I'm still like fine tuning that shit. Alright, we're just gonna grab you. I could put it here, but I feel like it's gonna run out really fast. I feel like I should just put it to the right. Left, I mean. But yeah, I wound up toying with it because I just like the idea of, like, frozen water in winter. I thought that was really cool. But then, like, the more I played with it, I was like, wait, this is actually, like, really should be part of the base game. And yeah, I haven't even talked about the visual changes. The visual changes are insane. Like, it makes the game look so much better. Well... Just do this. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright. Hopefully that gets us some good call going. Where was the, I can't even remember where it was. Where's the thing that actually makes the coal? The dev could change some aspects? Yeah, I mean, one of my biggest critiques of the Valheim devs is I feel like they're underachievers. I feel like they just could have done a lot more. There's a lot that they've done that I would have done differently. Like, early on when I played Valheim, like, many years ago, I was like, this game could use, like, a more fleshed out archery and magic system. And I was saying that before they did magic, and then when they added magic, they made it, like, late game only, which was the dumbest fucking thing ever. Because when you get the magic stuff, your skill in it is basically 0. So you either need to, like, use mods to change the rate at which magic skills gain, or you have to, like, sit and grind it out. It's really stupid. But yeah, I think, like, a season-type functionality should probably be part of the base game. It's actually insane how much better the game looks with that mod. If you haven't tried it out, I would highly recommend trying it out. This is the one. Oh, you don't have a legendary call request because it's a direct insert. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so give me a thing here for 100. There we go. That'll get you going a bit faster. Oh yeah, we got nice plastic now. Alright, let's get off this rock. I could have kind of done all that remotely, couldn't I? I forgot I actually do have a full bot network on this planet. I mean, Novice is really the only planet that doesn't have a full bot network. Oh shit, you're still checked. But yeah, one of my biggest complaints about the Valheim dev is that I feel like they're kind of underachievers. I feel like they could have done a lot more. with like items and how they just have everything structured and whatnot. Oh, hey, Ironbound. Thanks again for the boost at the beginning, by the way, or the gold and shit. At least it really sped things up a lot. But yeah, it went pretty well. I hit level 60, of course. I hit level 60 before the shutdown. I got to see all the new 5-mans, all the new zones, and I got to see most of the new raids, actually. Believe it or not. I didn't actually get to clear them, but I got to, like, for the Karazhan stuff and for the Timber Mahold, I got access to already cleared instances, so I could at least run around and see the zones. But yeah, I hit level 60. That's crazy. I mean, I had 2.5 weeks. There's plenty of time. I've played a lot of Classic WoW. I can level pretty fast. Although I wasn't that fast in Turtle WoW because, you know, the new zones slowed me down a lot. They were afraid to hire a lot of people and grow the studio and lose a little control. Oh yeah, I definitely agree with that, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's what the mods are for, but... They leaked it, right? I mean, I don't know if I'm interested in the offline client. You want my thing on Turtle WoW? I haven't like talked about it fully off stream. But if I find my file, yeah, here. You want my full criticism of Turtle WoW? The good, bad, and the ugly, completely unsorted. Brace for impact. The Hobbit files, yeah. So here's just a list in mixing all the good, bad, and the ugly all together. Of just notes that I made of my analysis and critique when I played it. So first, I found it to be a bit buggy. Stuff like sheep floating in the air. Lots of scripted stuff wasn't working. Like, for example, like the Master's Glaive in Darkshore, the hand that comes out and stuns you. That wasn't working. Lots of like random little like world scripting stuff wasn't working very well. I didn't really care for the quest writing and all that. A lot of the quests felt kind of poorly written. I noticed a lot of typos and grammatical mistakes in the quests. I was not very impressed with the itemization in the TWoW quests either. There were lots of quests that just had like no itemization, which felt like a missed opportunity to me. You know, they should have added like a lot more like fleshed out itemization and stuff. Right? There were some audio issues. Like I remember Duskwood had a very like fucked pulsing low audio ambient, which was very difficult to listen to. I had to turn off the ambient when I was in that zone. Otherwise, it was like, it literally was giving me a headache. So there were some just like weird technical issues like that. I ran into an issue where some quest items didn't spawn even in vanilla quests. They just didn't spawn, like Wetlands quest, the Narrow Fragment didn't spawn. My single biggest issue I had with TWoW, my biggest criticism, was the mob respawn timers. There was a flat 5-minute respawn on fucking everything, and this made it a very difficult solo experience for a lot of the content, and like a pretty difficult hardcore experience too. I wasn't playing on hardcore per se, because, you know, no time to reroll if I died. But I was like playing with like an HC kind of mentality, you know, trying to die as little as possible. But yeah, I had like a death at like level 11 due to like insane respawns in one of the new content areas that felt very poorly designed. Like it was like extremely cramped, restricted area with like mobs that were very overtuned. A lot of the Eternal WoW content felt quite overtuned in general. Like a lot of the TWoW content, like for same level, like the mobs hit way harder than regular stuff did. But yeah, the respawn timers were my biggest issue. There were some minor changes, like color changing on spider silk types. That was really smart. That was one of like my most appreciated changes. Because like, you know, regular classic WoW has like 3 kinds of spider silk or whatever. They're all the same purple color. They made them different colors in TWoW, which was nice, easier to tell them apart. Some whack quests, like there were some really whack quests in terms of routing. Like some new quests, like I had one written down, like where I arrived in Forest Song, and the flight master is telling me to get meat from Darkshore mobs, which are like gray. I'm like, I don't understand this. I was more on the quest writing. Quests did not always state their origin and return consistently. Like in classic WoW, when you have the quest, like it'll always state in the quest description, you know, where you have to turn in the quest, like what the NPC is and what location there is. Some TWoW quests did not have that. Made it like much harder to figure out like where to route stuff if, you know, I forgot where I picked it up from. Yeah, I have lots of like rant comments written on how bad the 5-minute respawns was. The really old client seemed to have a lot of issues. The weather effects really destroyed FPS even on a top-end PC. Like, even with a 4090, like, I was dropping, like, frames like crazy if it started raining. Lots of weird phasing decisions. Like in Northwind especially, there was some really bad phasing where mobs would phase in and out at, like, really bad times. And I was being attacked by invisible mobs. Yeah. Zones in general didn't have a coherent theme the same way classic ones did. There's a lot more just random bullshit go kind of stuff. Like, especially, I felt that very much in Northwind, where they was just like, oh, we have some orcs, and we have some Defias, and we've got some undead, and we've got some murlocs, and we've got some gnolls. It was just everything. Like, there was no, like, coherent theme the way there was in, you know, the vanilla zones. So, yeah, generally, I had more criticisms than I had compliments, if you haven't noticed. But hold on, we're, like, 2/3 through the list. Lopsided upgrading of quest rewards. For example, the Stalvin ring in Duskwood was upgraded in TWoW and was much better, but not the Howling Vale reward. Like, the Misriel neck in TWoW was still an 8 stam, 8 spirit green neck, even though in TBC, Blizzard upgraded it to have spell damage on top of those stats and made it a blue item. And that was something I had a big problem with because I didn't compare the leveling experience in TWoW to classic TWoW. I compared it to the TBC leveling experience, which I felt was more honest. Because TWoW was, you know, amateur devs looking at the Blizzard leveling experience and trying to improve it. TBC was Blizzard doing the same thing. Right? So there were a lot of, like, good improvements that Blizzard did in TBC leveling that they just did not backport. And so the quests felt really uneven in that sense, because you had all these Blizzard quests in TWoW with garbage quest rewards, and then you had these TWoW quests in TWoW, which had better quest rewards, more on par with the TBC ones, but they didn't backport all the TBC improvements, and I wound up just going like, you know, I really wish they had incorporated all these improvements. The follow-ups felt really bad. Like, Blizzard would sometimes have quest chains where, like, you know, if this is the whole map, and these are the quest givers, it would be like, go kill 1, and then come back, then go kill, like, 2, and come back, and then go kill 3, and then you're done. Like, they would sometimes do shit like that, which wasn't the most optimal, but, you know, it's classic WoW. There were a lot of quests in TWoW where it would be like 1, 2, and 3 over here, and it would be like, go back and forth multiple times. That got really obnoxious. What else? Oh, I know I'm not reading chat. Let me just plow through this list, then I'll answer everything at once. I literally wrote down strength int cloth bracer quest rewards at level 45. Are these people retarded? Yeah, that was basically my response to some of the itemization. Like, there was a level 45 quest reward for a strength int cloth bracer. I was like, huh? Some incredibly badly designed content. Ravenwood Keep was really bad. I forget which zone that was specifically. Um, the bosses with lots of evade bugging. Yeah, there was lots of evade bugging on various mobs. I think Ravenwood Keep was in Baylor. Now that I think about it, yeah, there was some lots of really bad evade bugging where mobs were evade bugging when they shouldn't. Wound up skipping some quests because of it. Pretty much any world scripted event that doesn't work, like the Master's Glaive thing or the plane at the Azara landing pad, that didn't work either. Yeah, I already mentioned the terrible quest indicators. It says you may return to the NPC, but it won't tell you the zone in the quest description, so it became easy to lose track. Almost died to invisible phased furbolgs and Moon Whisper. Yeah, more bitching about the evade bugging. Had a quest once tell me to go northeast when the item was directly west. Really great, like, quest writing there. And NPCs becoming invisible based on camera angle. That was a fun one. So there you go. There's my turtle wow. Yeah, it's the ugly, bad, and the ugly. No, I'll tell you the good. I'll tell you the good. The good, the thing I liked the most was the transmog. The transmog was something I didn't think I would care about when I was leveling, but when I got like close to 60, I was like, oh, this is the shit. Because there are so many good-looking like robes and shit at low level, right? That you just like use for like a couple levels that you're done. I wound up like getting this one random purple robe that I put on a transmog. And then I found a purple chest later. And then I asked in guild chat, hey, does anyone know of any purple shoulders? And someone, like, mentioned one in one of the dungeons, and we wound up two-man farming it just for my transmog set. So I had a pretty decked out, like, you know, aesthetically, I mean, purple-looking mage by the time the servers went down. The transmog was amazing, and probably the thing I missed the most. Because, like, you know, you could actually make your character look nice. Yeah, I played Alliance, yeah. Design for party play? Yeah, design for party play or just much higher pop. But obviously, you know, when I leveled, it was mostly solo. So, like, the 5-minute respawns were just absolutely garbage. Some of the new zones were good. I generally felt like most of the new zones were a bit lower in quality than the Blizzard zones. Like, Northwind was okay. I did not like Baylor. I did not finish Baylor. I wound up piecing out of Baylor halfway through. I thought it was crap. Gilligims and Lapidus Isles were really, really bad. And I wound up leaving those really early. Like, those just felt very sloppily and hastily designed. And the quest design was awful. Telebeam was good. I liked Telebeam. Although it felt like it probably should have been off the coast of STV and not Tanaris, because it was basically, you know, an STV extension. So Telebeam was really good. I like Telebeam, at least for the questing. Aesthetically, I think I could have used a few improvements. Like, less endless rolling, you know, grassless hills. But, yeah, Telebeam was good. Moon Whisper was definitely probably one of the better zones. Even though it was a lot of running around. Aesthetically, it was very nice. Hygel also felt nice to run around in. Yeah, Northwind was okay. What other new zones were there? Grim Reaches was decent. I think that was one of the slightly better ones. Gilneas was alright. I was kind of like, on Gilneas. I did wind up doing the whole zone. I tried to stick to the new zones wherever possible. You know, because it was the new zones. So I only did the old zones as, like, you know, fallback. But there was like a point when I was in my late 40s where I was just like, you know what, I just kind of want to get back to doing the old zones because some of the new zones really weren't that impressive. What else? What else? What else? Cross faction dungeons were good. Yeah, cross faction dungeons were good. It was kind of odd seeing a Tauren and a gnome side by side, you know. But yeah, cross faction dungeons were good, and that should be something, you know, that's in default game anyway. There was cross faction grouping anyway, as well. It wasn't just dungeons. Like, you could group up with Horde just for like quests and shit. If you played Alliance, that zone up in Stormwind, that's Northwind. Yeah, that was Northwind. Yeah, the one right above Stormwind was Northwind. That's the one that a lot of people had a high opinion of. I was kind of like okay on it. That was like one of my big critiques, as I said, was like I felt it lacked identity. Like Westfall, you're kind of like, you know, it's mainly about the Defias, and then you've got the Murlocs on the coast and some gnolls, right? There's only like 2-3 things. Like Northwind, as I said, had fucking everything. It had like Murlocs, it had gnolls, it had undead, it had Dragonmaw orcs, it had Defias, and probably a few other things I'm forgetting. Like it had literally fucking everything. It was a little too all over the place. And I had that same criticism of a lot of the other zones. Is they didn't feel like they had a coherent identity the same way they Blizz zones did. A lot of the Turtle WoW zones just felt like extensions of Blizzard zones too. Like Telebeam is just like STV extended. Northwind is just like kind of like the human starting zone. Like Elwyn extended. Grim Reaches is basically Lochmadon extended and so on. So yeah. Remember that system in Terra was good where you could grab one of like 12 armors? Yeah. Yeah, it's been a while since I played Terra, so I don't remember the transmog system, but yeah, I have a very high opinion of Terra. I love my Berserker in that game. Best melee I've ever played in any MMO. It was so much fun. Proper action combat. Seeing the new items in the Molten Core, I didn't get to do Molten Core. The only raids that I did were ZG and the lower Karazhan. Because I basically hit 60 in like the final week. I actually got the fucking ZHC out of the ZG. I got the very last Heart of Hakar to ever exist on Turtle WoW, at least on the server that I played. The very last one that anyone ever got. Pretty much everyone in the raid already had it. There was only me and one other dude rolling. So I got to screw around with a ZHC for like the last day. My mage was stacked at the end of the fucking thing. Because there were so many freebies that everybody was throwing around. Because, you know, everything was getting deleted, so there was like so much gear being tossed around. Like, I got like a free belt of the Archmage. And like some other shit. So I was like fucking stacked by the time the servers went down, even though I had like no raid gear. Like, I was doing insane damage. Like, I remember I was dropping like Pyroblast crits for like over 2,500. It was kind of ridiculous. Like, the DPS I was doing was like actually nuts in the 5-mans that I was running. Yeah, oh yeah, that's the other thing I forgot to mention. Yeah, I did try all the so usually when I play classic WoW as a mage, I usually level as fire up until Searing Gorge and then switch to frost and then stay frost from then on, right? Because of Molten Core, Burning Steps and all that. So that's how I usually do it. I leveled as fire for a while. Once I got my Dreamweave set, you know, because the early game stuff I had was like plus fire damage, like Phoenix Gear and shit. But once I got like the Dreamweave set and I had like all damage, I started playing around with the other specs. I did not particularly care for either Frost or Arcane. I tried Frost. I really didn't like the new ability, the Icicle ability. I really hated that it rooted you in place. That felt really bad to me, and I hated the fact that you couldn't cancel the route without blinking either. So I just really didn't care for it. And they nerfed Shatter. They nerfed Shatter. That's the thing. There were a bunch of like random fucking PvP changes in TWoW, which like made no sense to me. Like, because I looked up Priest as well when I was deciding what class to play, and I noticed they moved Vampiric Embrace to like a 2-second cast. And I remember reading their dev notes on the logic behind this. They were like, we want to nerf Shadow Priest in PvP a bit, and this barely affects PvE. And I'm like, but it does affect PvE, especially when you're soloing. Like, it maybe doesn't affect raiding that much, but when you're soloing, like as like say a Shadow Priest, and you want to put Vampiric Embrace on something, you can cast it while moving, right? So you can like back up while you're moving, right? Like you can open with like Shadow Word Pain, Mind Blast, and then cast VE while jumping backward and gain a little distance. And changing it to like a 2-second cast like kills that. And I had the same issue with the Icicle ability they had over like something like Ice Lance. Like, you know, they've basically put an ability that roots you in place. And yeah, it does good damage, but it just felt so bad to use. But yeah, the Shatter nerf really killed Frost for me when soloing at least. Because Shatter in base WoW is 50%. It was only 30% in TWoW. There is nothing worse when playing a Frost Mage than casting Frostbolt at something that's frozen and not critting. There's nothing that feels worse than that. And you have to remember, like, Frost has, like, no base crit like Fire does. So all your crit chance comes from Shatter. Right? Like, if you freeze a mob, you have, like, maybe, like, a 55-60% crit chance in basic WoW. In TWoW, it's like, you know, you're talking 30-35. So yeah, after firing too many frost bolts into frozen mobs that didn't crit, I got fed up and switched back. I did try Arcane. They did do an okay job trying to make Arcane playable, but I think it's just worse than what Blizzard did in Wrath. Because the issue with Arcane was that the non-Arcane missiles ability they added had a fucking 15-second cooldown. And here's the problem. I kill mobs faster than once every 15 seconds while soloing. Right? Like, I kill mobs faster than that. So, if you kill slowly or something, I guess, and are only killing one mob every 15 seconds, then it sort of works out. Because you open with the Arcane Blast and then you missile. But for me, it just felt really bad, because it's like, first mob, I blast then missile. Then second mob, I'm just like missile spamming. Then third mob, maybe it's back up and I can blast and missile again, but like it was just a really shitty tempo. You know, having to check whether blast was up, you know, before I opened up. Like, I really didn't like that. So yeah, I just wound up going back to Fire. And I played Fire like 90% of the time. AoE leveling? Yeah, I know how good AoE leveling is. I've done it before. Like, you don't need to tell me. I deliberately chose not to AoE level because I wanted to see the new content. Also, I usually don't AoE level much anymore unless I just need to hit 60 as fast as possible for some reason. Like, I'm one of those weird people that enjoys going to different zones. I enjoy doing the quests. You know, I enjoy seeing the content. I enjoy trying to solo the more challenging elite quests, especially. I don't just want to sit in fucking, like, you know, one spot and just cast Blizzard for, like, 5 hours straight. It's fucking boring. AoE leveling is so boring. Arcane power is crazy since you can die without mana? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't wind up playing with it that much because, as I said, the whole Arcane Blast cooldown thing kind of killed Arcane for me. But yeah, I don't know. I wasn't too hot on the class changes overall. I mean, I guess Fire was overall an improvement since we got, like, the Hot Streak, but it was still a worse version of the Hot Streak that we have in, like, Wrath and whatnot. Honestly, my biggest takeaway after playing TWoW was, like, I probably shouldn't have skipped SOD. Like, I originally skipped SOD because they sped up the leveling, and I'm like, I don't want sped up leveling. And they also converted a lot of 5-mans into raids. And I was like, I don't want more raids, I want more 5-mans. But yeah, like, after playing Turtle WoW, I was like, you know, maybe I shouldn't have skipped SOD. because they had all like the wrath abilities in classic or whatnot. But yeah, that's a whole other story. But yeah, that's my verdict on Turtle WoW. I don't regret spending my time on it. Like I definitely had fun, and I'm definitely a pretty harsh critic for sure. Um, and I'm very glad I played it, and I met some chill people and whatnot. Had a very interesting guild situation going on because since it was like the end of time, we had a mass invite guild where the guild bank was completely open, free for all. You could take whatever you wanted. So like, yeah, it was kind of wild. Goblins appeared. We did have a couple guild bank robberies, but it actually didn't change that much. Because basically the guild bank was constantly full of good stuff anyway. And as soon as the bank got robbed, everyone still had so much good stuff to put in there that it just kind of got like instantly refilled, like within a day. No, we were actually having to yell at people to take gear. Like I remember like I way overmade on wizard oils and shit. Because I thought I would need more than I did. And I'm the kind of person that like tries to like boost my damage as much as possible, even throughout the leveling phase. And so I had made a ton of wizard oils, and like I couldn't put them all in the bank, and I was screaming at people to take my wizard oils so I could put more in. No, it was full communism. It was full communism. We even made a joke about it and observed that. I was like, yeah, this is actually technically a fully communist guild. Just one giant shared pool. So yeah, like the amount that the guild like helped out with leveling and whatnot was insane and way more than like I'm used to and when playing. Like it was kind of ridiculous just exactly how much stuff, was available for free. Even like epics and shit. Terra originally had a transmog system and it was replaced in 2014 with paid. Oh, they did they? Oh, I can't remember if I played before or after 2014. It's been a long time. It's been a really long time. But yeah, no, I definitely enjoyed my time playing. Like, I had a lot of fun. And yeah. It was interesting seeing all the content and whatnot. And the different takes on how they developed everything. And changed everything. But yeah, as I said, it was definitely a bit of a mixed bag. It was definitely a mixed bag in terms of like, the good, the bad, and the ugly. But yeah. That was my Turtle WoW experience. I'm trying to think of anything else worth mentioning, and I think I covered just about everything. People going Blizz WoW? Well, I mean, that's the thing. The auction house was dead. The auction house was dead. You couldn't sell anything even if you wanted to. You couldn't yeah. You couldn't sell things even if you wanted to. So basically, if you had shit you didn't need, you just put it in the guild bank. So all your extra shit went into the guild bank, and if it wasn't good enough for the guild bank, you just vendor it. But yeah, it was a very interesting socio-economic experiment that I wasn't expecting to experience, when I went in. But it was kind of amazing just how good the community was once you remove the economy, right? It's like once you remove the profit incentive, once you remove the whole incentive to just accumulate gold, once you remove the market, and it's just, from each according to his ability to each according to his need, It was actually like one of the best communities I've ever been a part of. All because there was no economy. And we had to work together as a guild. You know, it just made everything so much better. Have I seen Ascension? I have. I didn't get super interested in it because the idea of like random skills just seemed kind of dumb, honestly. But I don't know. Like a lot of people toward the end of Turtle WoW were talking about where they would go, like what other private servers and whatnot. But yeah, like the one thing that I had in mind was like if I check out another one, like it was probably gonna be SOD. Cause like I really enjoy Wrath gameplay. I just don't enjoy Wrath content. But like I'm biased because I play a mage mostly these days. And mage is like a one button class for the first two expansions, more or less. Like in Wrath it suddenly becomes like way, way, way better. Other classes are a bit better in like the earlier expansions, but yeah. Mage, regardless if you're Frost or Fire, is like basically a one button build for two expansions straight. In Nostrum, yeah, see the thing is like I'm not interested in playing like the Wrath content. This is something I talked about a bit like I don't know, a week or two ago, last time we talked about this. But I've become like very acutely aware of like the kind of WoW I would like to play. I think my perfect version of WoW is basically like TBC content, but Wrath abilities and talent trees. I think that would be like my perfect WoW. Because I really enjoy TBC content, especially like TBC 5-mans and shit. Because they're so much harder. Like TBC had the hardest 5-mans. That's why it's like my favorite expansion, at least for pre-raid. Maybe even post-raid too, I don't know. Although Blizzard always fucks up the content cycle in TBC. They always take too long to release SSC. And then people get like burned out on Kara and shit. But yeah, if they released a version where it was like Wrath abilities and Wrath talent trees, but like in TBC content, oh, we would be playing that on stream. I wouldn't even care. Like how even if I only had 10 viewers, I wouldn't even give a shit. Like I would 100% be playing that like hardcore. Yeah, they'd have to rebalance shit a bit, but I mean, let's be honest, we're talking about TBC balance. TBC, the expansion that released Seed of Corruption and gave Warlocks the most ridiculous AoE you've ever seen. Like, Warlocks were like the only AoE class in TBC. Yeah, it was ridiculous. Wrath class balance was definitely the best by far. And Wrath spec balance was also the best, but again, you know, biased because I play mage, right? You know, in TBC and Classic, they're just one button builds. In Wrath, like mage actually has a proper, you know, not rotation, but a priority order of like 4 different abilities. You know, Ice gets more fleshed out too. Because even though you get Ice Lance in TBC, you don't get Fingers of Frost until Wrath. So Ice Lance is great when soloing in TBC, but it's worthless in raids. But yeah, in Wrath you get Fingers of Frost, you also get Deep Freeze. You know, Arcane becomes a proper spec in Wrath, yeah. But yeah, I'm a priest mage expert in WoW. I have shockingly like I know how other classes work, and I've played like a lot of them to a certain degree, but yeah, my knowledge on like priest and mage is like miles higher than like my knowledge for any other class. But yeah, priest also becomes like significantly better in TBC and Wrath. You know, TBC you get like Prayer of Mending, Circle of Healing, and then Wrath, you know, Discipline becomes a better spec. I think Wrath is when they finally got rid of the 20-yard range on Mindflay too, which finally makes Shadow not as cancer to play. But yeah. There you go. I probably should have been placing some shit down while talking, shouldn't I? Are you good or are you gapping? I think this is fine, yeah. Well, we at least got the blue done. We at least got the blue done. Oh, like one other thing I forgot to mention about TWoW. Some of the content that I thought was best wasn't even like the full zone shit they added, but like the small stuff they added to existing zones. Like they added a new Alliance town in Stone Talon. I thought that was really cool, and I thought it fit in really well as well. Like I remember like seeing that going like, oh, this is really neat. There were a few others as well. I'm trying to remember what others. But there were a few other, like, small little town additions in existing zones that I thought that was, like, actually some of their best content. Yeah. There was that. Well, oh, the dungeon changes, yeah. Yeah, the Zul'Farrak changes were cool. Yeah, they added a bunch in Zul'Farrak. I don't know what else they changed and what other dungeons. I didn't get to do any of the other default Blizzard 5-mans while leveling. Because, it was like mostly a solo experience. There weren't a lot of people leveling at that point. But yeah, I did get to see Zul'Farrak's new changes. And I did get to see all the new dungeons like Windhorn Canyon and the Baylor Keep and Gilneas and all that. Gilneas' one was like whatever. It was just like Grey Stratholme with wider streets and humans instead of undead. Windhorn Canyon was probably one of the most interesting one. Crescent Grove was kind of neat. Crescent Grove actually made me realize, like, it's actually insane that there's no, like, actual Furbolg instance in Classic WoW by default, considering how ubiquitous they are. Right? Like, you have them all throughout, like, Teldrassil, Ashenvale, Darkshore. They're in so many zones. Like, Furbolgs are such a big theme throughout the game. Like, it was actually kind of crazy that there's no Furbolg instance in default WoW. So yeah, Crescent Grove was one of those instances where it's like, yeah, this kind of should have been there by default. Song was, the What Time Is Now, or whatever it's called, cover. The band is Snake River Conspiracy. Here, I can check the... Yeah, How Soon Is Now, yeah. Like, it's a cover, obviously. But the band is Snake River Conspiracy. I didn't get to see Dead Minds, unfortunately. The only Blizzard dungeon that I saw was Zul'Farrak. So those are the only changes I saw. Like, people were only interested in running the new dungeons, right? Because it was mainly, like, people, like, leveling late, like I was. Just looking to see the new content. Them making Stormwind Harbor part of the game was excellent decision. But again, it was really like schizophrenic like that because they made Stormwind a harbor like it was in Wrath, which is way overdue in regular WoW, because otherwise the run to Menethil as a non-night elf is just an absolute nightmare, and even backwards, right? Like as an elf, like running from Menethil to the cities is just that should not be in the game. But so they did that, but then they didn't add the flight point to North STV. Like, Blizzard added the flight point to North STB in TBC, and they added one to East Ashenvale in TBC. And they weren't there in TWoW. They fucking add a flight point to the new Menethil city, which is, like, literally 100 meters away from Menethil Harbor.
There's a flight point to Menethil and a flight point to the new Menethil city, which are literally right next to each other. It's like the shortest flight in the game. But yet they don't add the flight point to North STV or East Ashenvale, which Blizzard added, and that ties back into what I was saying about, I think one of their biggest weaknesses was them not adding the adding the TBC improvements to the leveling experience. That was, in my opinion, one of the biggest things that hurt it. Was they should have done more like that. Just didn't make sense. Oh, survival was also garbage. Survival was fucking garbage. I tried leveling survival and it was just so bad. There was like one useful item, like a random blue spell damage hat when leveling, and like it just felt like it stole from other professions. Like even the hat was like, I was like, this should be under tailoring, not survival. Like this is just weird. But yeah, survival, like they could have just removed the whole thing, and yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with that. Yeah, tents were dead by the time I played. I don't know how caught up you were on TWoW changes, but tents were nerfed. Tents were like non-existent by the time I played. They just put in they put in some really like stupid mechanic where you gained rested XP like insanely fast in inns instead. It was just kind of weird. It was kind of weird, especially because it wasn't really Turtle WoW. You gain XP faster than regular WoW because of that rested mechanic. There's one other thing I was going to mention. I forgot what it was. I didn't wind up going jewel crafting. I was like really up in the air on whether I should do jewel crafting or tailoring on my mage. I kind of wanted to do JC because it was new, but I was worried about like finding people to craft the shit I needed. So what I wound up doing was mining tailoring so that I could, do the tailoring stuff myself, and then just mine the stuff for jewel crafting for what I needed. In the end, I actually wished I'd gone JC because it wound up being very hard to find people with JC, and finding other people with tailoring was a lot more common. But yeah. I'm trying to think of what else. What else? Well, stuff like Theramore Teleport was also very nice as a mage. I mean, obviously that was something added in later Blizzard expansions, but yeah. Being able to teleport Theramore was very nice. But yeah, overall, like, I'm really glad I played it. I had fun. It was a good experience. If I were to compare Turtle WoW with just regular Blizzard Classic, I would say Turtle WoW is better. If I were to compare Turtle WoW's leveling experience with, say, like TBC's 1 to 60 leveling experience, then I think TBC's / Wrath is definitely better. Yeah. Having nets in Classic was nice, even though they were like incredibly expensive to craft. And then they only lasted like 2 seconds or 1.5, I think, instead of 3. Nets were one of those things that like Blizzard put them in TBC, and like nobody realized how OP they were except for like me and Blizzard, basically. Oh god, nets were like my favorite thing in TBC. And then they weren't they like they didn't even put a Wrath equivalent in, and capped the TBC one on levels, so it didn't work on Wrath mobs. But nets were so fucking good. Like when I played on my priest in TBC, like a mob gets loose and I can just net it and give the tank time to pick it up. Like holy fucking shit, biggest lifesaver ever. But yeah, they were nice in Turtle WoW and my mage too. Because, like, Frost Nova, is on cooldown. Cone of Cold's on cooldown. It's okay. I can just net it until Frost Nova gets back up. Yeah, those were nice. It is better 100% then? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I feel like with regular original WoW content, I'm like sort of like burned out on the dungeons and shit. Like, I kind of have no real desire to raid like Molten Core and Blackwing Lair and run Stratholme for the 500th time. Like, I still enjoy like the TBC 5-mans, mainly because there's a lot more of them, right? Like, TBC had so many 5-mans. Like, TBC had what, like something like 20 5-mans? Original Classic has maybe like what, like 8? Including the 3 Dire Maul Wings. Like, TBC just had so much 5-man content. And then it also had like the token system, so that, you know, you got stuff even if you didn't get any loot from the dungeon. It had the epic jewels from the dungeons, and the epic, like, you know, item drops as well, and the blueprint drops, which gave you stuff to, like, you know, reach for once you had all the blues. The TBC pre-raid experience is by far the best of the 3 expansions. Like, and I don't even think it's remotely close. It's just by far the best. Didn't raid in TBC? Yeah. Yeah, apparently they're a good bit nerfed these days, but yeah. Every time I played early TBC, no matter what guild I'm in, there's always some fucking loot drama, though. Because, like, everyone's stuck in Karazhan for way too long, and guilds can't be fucked doing, like, a proper loot system for Karazhan, so they just roll for everything, and it just creates drama. Because it's like, that's the only raid loot you get per week, really. But yeah, you should definitely see the TBC raids at least once if you've never seen them. Especially like Sunwell. Sunwell is glorious. Karazhan also looks kind of cool if, you know, you've never seen it before. It's kind of a long raid, though, so if you have like a shit guild, it can be like kind of annoying, but don't be in a shit guild, I guess. Tempest Keep is also cool, but it's really short. Highjaw sucks. Nobody likes Highjaw. And Black Temple's alright, too. I've actually done the least raiding in TBC out of all of them. Like, I've seen all the raids. But in terms of, like, number of times I've done them and, you know, number of reiterations of Classic that I've done raiding, yeah, I've definitely done more in, like, OG and Wrath, I guess, at this point. But TBC is my favorite expansion. But as I said, like, it's mainly for the pre-raid content. Like, TBC crafted gear is actually insane. Like, TBC pre-raid crafted gear, like, the good stuff is, like, better than Tier 4. Which is, like, nice, because it gives you, like, you know, something big to work toward. You know, early on. I think that's about everything I can think of regarding TWoW and whatnot. Kind of derailed the last hour of the stream a bit. All the Factorio people are like, why isn't he building something? He's rambling again. Highjaw Zone? Oh, I liked... No, the Highjaw Zone was well done, yeah. Are you talking about Highjaw in TWoW or Highjaw in TBC? Highjaw in TBC is a raid. The entire zone is one big raid. But yeah, in TWoW it was like a level 60 like rep grind zone. But yeah, what they did in Highjaw in TWoW, it seemed decent. Although it wasn't that different from, you know, what Blizzard did. It was the same issue. Yeah, I did see it. It was the same issue with Karazhan. It was the same issue with Karazhan. Um, like I went into the Karazhan content in TWoW expecting it to be like completely different from the Blizzard content, and it was the same. It was the same. I was expecting a completely different Karazhan interior. Like I thought they would have done something completely different with the inside, but no, it was like all basically the same interior, just with slightly different bosses. That's it. Like the bosses were different. Even some of the bosses were similar. Like Moreau's, I guess, was somewhat similar, but obviously not the same. So yeah, that kind of surprised me when I got into a Karazhan raid to see the new content, and I was like, wait a minute, it's the same interior. Like, huh? It's a Megabase with hours? Yes, but everyone wants to watch me just copy paste over and over. You know, it's the highlight of things, the copy pasting. People, yeah, because I've just been sitting here rambling. It always happens when I start going on tangents that are not the game I'm currently playing. I'm used to it. Sure, they're used to it too. As soon as it goes into waters, yeah, I mean, obviously, I mean, everybody's like that. Everybody's like that. I feel like that waters as you don't like is very nebulous, though. Wonder what that means. Yeah, I did get to see the upper half, yeah. Which again was basically the same layout, the exact same layout, minus the Outland part. I did get to see the Outland stuff though. I didn't get to clear it. I didn't get to clear it. There was actually only one guild that fully cleared Upper Karazhan on my server, and they did it the last week. Like literally, it was their raid that I got into, their cleared instance that I got into to see the whole thing. So yeah, I got to see like the Outland parts and whatnot, which was interesting. I just didn't get to see the actual bosses. I saw videos of it though. I will say Timbermaw Hold impressed me the most though. In terms of all the new content I saw, like I didn't get to see the bosses in Timbermaw, but I got to run through a cleared instance. Timbermaw Hold is like exactly like what I probably would have envisioned, you know, like a furball base in the mountains looking like, you know, like a half subterranean Furbolg city. Yeah, Timbermaw Hold impressed me the most. I took a lot of screenshots in Timbermaw Hold. Like I would actually show them to you, but I was looking at my screenshots after TWoW ended, and they're all in fucking TJA files, and I need to like get something that can view Targa. So I don't have something right now that can do it, but yeah. Yeah, Timbermaw Hold impressed me the most visually. I was like, I think this is the best content that they've done, at least in terms of instance design, feeling thematic and whatnot. And we kept telling her we couldn't hear them, and she had no idea why. Dude, that feels like such a modern issue. Dude, when I was a kid and my parents were driving me around, we had to look things up on MapQuest and print them around. And that was only when I was older. When I was young, we had the fucking map book. We had the actual book of maps where you had to look up things on a grid and like change the pages, you know, as you moved off the map to the next one. So yeah, that is a Zoomer coded comment right there. That is way past my experience growing up. That's like 2 decades later. But yeah, that's the WoW talk, I guess. Since we're on it, I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I didn't cover. But I think I got through most of it. But yeah, overall, my experience with TWoW is that if you do ever get a chance to play it and you like classic WoW, you should check it out at least once. But just be prepared that the Turtle WoW community tends to glaze the content pretty hard. Like the TWoW community is very much like TWoW is the best thing ever. Fuck Blizzard. Everything Blizzard is trash. Blizzard can't do anything right. TWoW devs are the greatest. All the TWoW shit is amazing. And I obviously had a much more balanced perspective. Like, there was some good stuff, there was some bad stuff, there was some ugly stuff. But overall, I had fun, which is what matters. At least you don't get lost, yeah. No, it's dead. It's dead, but I mean, all the content that they made, they're not going to just delete it, right? I'm on the wrong chat? Nice. Yeah, I was wondering about that mucky score to hit there comment. I was like, what is this mucky comment? Mucking up my chat. But yeah, Turtle WoW's dead. The whole reason why I was playing it was because it was getting shut down. And I wanted to see the new content before it got shut down. And it kind of lined up with the period I was planning on taking a break anyway. So yeah, during the 2 weeks or so I took off from streaming, I was playing TWoW. Which is why I have a lot to say about it. I would recommend playing like a class that's more changed though. Like play like Melee Hunter or something. The class diversity was so shit when I was playing TWoW. There was like nobody playing mages and warlocks at all. Like nobody. Lots of people playing hybrids. Lots of shamans, lots of paladins. Good amount of warriors. Lots of paladins. Holy fuck, a lot of paladins. But yeah, there were like very few mages and warlocks. The Chinese server kept going? Really? Interesting. Well, time to learn Mandarin, I guess. As if you needed more reasons to learn Mandarin. But yeah. My big takeaway from it was that when everyone was talking about going to other servers, like other private servers and whatnot, I was mainly thinking about, my main thoughts were like maybe I should have played SOD. But yeah, if they do like a TBC style SOD or something like that with like the Wrath abilities, then I would be all over that. But yeah, that's a whole nother story. Is orange? I don't know any Mandarin. Alright, anyway. It's 5 in the morning. Should probably be wrapping this up. Hopefully I won't be on as late tomorrow and we can get a lot done tomorrow, but I mean, we got the blue done today, so even though I kind of pissed away the last hour, I think we should be able to get everything down by Sunday. Oh yeah, that's already back up to 1.8k, yeah. Yeah, putting the call upcycle, that was the right call. That was definitely the right call. I was at like 100 modules like an hour ago. I guess it's always been spiky. Apparently I made like a ton early on that didn't make any for God knows how long. I don't even know. A private server? Yeah, I mean, look, here's the thing, like, here's my perfect version of WoW. Because, like, I like TBC content, I like Wrath abilities and talent trees and class balance, but I'm also kind of sick of raiding. Not in the sense that like I'm sick of the idea of raids in general, but specifically I'm sick of raid lockouts. Like when I get into a game, I want to play it like crazy. Like I get into something, I want to just play it like, 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, 7 days a week, until I've done everything and I've completed everything, and then I want to move on. The whole like, and that works well in WoW when you're leveling and when you're doing the pre-raid phase, like when you're doing the 5-man and the crafted stuff. I love that phase. I really enjoy leveling. I really enjoy the pre-raid phases. But once you get to raiding and it's just like, okay, 1 raid a week, we have to schedule things, and now it becomes a job where you have to be online at this exact same time. And then you have to worry a lot more about loot distribution because there's so little loot to go around for, the number of people. There's inevitably loot drama of some kind as well. It's just like, ugh. So, oh, yeah. I was like, those don't even hit that. Yeah, once I get to that phase, like, I don't know, the raid logging phase is so boring. It's so boring. So, like, I think, like, my ideal version of WoW would be, as I said, like, Wrath abilities, Wrath talent trees, TBC content, and with, like, all the dungeons basically, like, rescaled for, like, 10-man at most. With, like, only, like, 1 or 2 day lockouts at most. So you could just, like, raid as much as you wanted, get all the gear in, like, a month or two. As opposed to, like, stretching it out for, like, a year or two. The subscription gameplay, yeah. I mean, there's definitely there to like keep the subscriptions going as well. But I don't know, like the whole like log in one day, like put in a ton of effort, and then you're just logged out for the rest of the week. Like that's not how I like to approach games these days. I like to go hard, and when I go hard, I really like to get like super into things, and I min max really hard, and I really enjoy that. So the constant like stop and go that comes with the rating is just yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like I can't do time gated stuff anymore. Yeah. It's like let me raid one day and then let me raid again the next day if I want, etc. Raids are once a week. Yeah, in World of Warcraft, the big raids are once a week. There's smaller raids that sometimes reset twice a week. Like if you're talking like regular classic WoW, all the big 40-man raids like MC, Blackwing Lair, Ankaraj, and Nax reset once a week. And then the shorter raids like Zul'Gurub reset like twice a week, and on AQ20 reset twice a week. So you can do those a little bit more often. But yeah. Yeah, the time gaining and the loot drama and just bad loot systems in general. Like, it's just so cancer. I actually wound up quitting Wrath because I raided for 3 months without getting a single piece. Like, I was in a guild that used a soft reserve system, and I thought soft reserve was kind of an okay system, when I, like, you know, joined the guild, I was like, yeah, I'm okay with soft reserve. That seems fair. But then, like, the problem with soft reserve is you can get insanely burned on RNG. And at one point, like, we had been raiding, you know, Trial of the Crusader for, like, 4 months. Or something. Like, 3-4 months. We had people in the guild that had literally 7-8 pieces of heroic, like, 20-man TOTC loot. I had 0. I had 0. I was the guild's, like, #1 DPS when we left Alduar. And when we, you know, at that point in TOTC, I was still the #1, but my margin of being #1 was, like, so much smaller. Like, when we were leaving Alduar, I was, like, #1 by a big margin, to the point where every mage in the guild was copying my spec exactly. But then, like, everybody just kind of crept up on me, and I'm like, I'm not getting any loot. And it's just like, log in once a week, get no loot, log in once a week, get no loot, log in once a week. And I, like, aired my concerns to the guild master, but he was a piece of shit and, like, a huge loot whore. The dude tried to take raid loot on his alt. Because he, like, we would sometimes use alts to fill out, like, our 10-man raids that weren't, that, you know, when we didn't have enough people. And, the dude actually tried to take, like, loot from other people's mains on his alts. And we actually had to, like, call him out on it. Like, I fucking hated that guy. So, yeah, like, you know, I mentioned, you know, hey, like, regarding the loot system, you know, we have, like, we have individuals in this raid who have, like, 8 pieces of heroic loot. We have others with 0, you know. If that kind of loot distribution happened in a loot council system, people would be burning the guild down. But yeah, it made me realize how dog shit SR is. Basically, everything besides loot council is dog shit. Is something that I've realized in guilds. Like, every loot system besides loot council is absolute dog shit. Like, I will never raid again unless it's, like, loot council for every single raid, including 10-mans. Period. End of story. Like, every time I've been in a loot council guild, it's been, like, no loot drama, the smoothest fucking shit ever. I always wind up getting more than I expect. Like, but then again, I put in a lot of effort, you know. But I never feel like I'm getting more than my fair share either. But yeah, every time I've been in a loot council guild, it's been, like, the most positive experience ever. And every time I'm in a non-loot council guild, there's always fucking loot drama over something. It's so annoying. Loot council is when the officers just look at what everybody has and what everyone's gotten recently, and they just assign the loot. It's basically the officers just in the guild decide what loot there is. A lot of people are very, like, skeptical of loot council guilds because they're like, oh, there's favoritism, etc., etc. In my experience, loot council is always by far the fairest. By far the fairest. Because the thing is, like, loot council won't let people take marginal upgrades, right? Like, loot council systems, they won't let people take marginal upgrades. Whenever there's, like, this, like, you know, you can roll on anything type system, or reserve anything type system, there's always going to be assholes who take marginal upgrades over people for whom it would be, like, a major upgrade. You know? Or they just get lucky, right? Like, because what happened with me with the SR shit I was talking about is the stuff I kept reserving just never dropped. Right? So it's like, say I want 8 things, right? And say Mage B wants 8 things as well. Like, we both reserve something, you know, something, it drops, I lose the roll, there's now 7 things he needs and 8 things I need, so I'm still reserving that first thing. Then they win, like, another roll, and they're getting even less. So basically, like, if you win early on soft reserve, it snowballs really hard. Whereas if you get unlucky, you can just wind up reserving the same thing week after week after week. And even if you're the only person reserving it, if it doesn't drop, you just get fucked. And that's what happened to me. And after, like, going, like, 4 months, literally 4 months without a single upgrade, I was just like, I don't care about logging in anymore. And that was the end of my last Wrath raiding experience. Yeah, SR is good for pugs. SR is good for pugs. But yeah. I'm generally not a fan of GDKP. Because I hate the idea of just farming gold just to get loot. And I hate the idea of, you know... And I think GDKP heavily supports buying gold. Like, the GDKP advocates will like, always deny it. They will be like, oh, yeah, no, it doesn't support buying gold. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. You were, like, hugely supporting bot farming and shit. But, yeah. I don't know what SR Plus is. Or maybe I do. But, yeah, like, that's my advice to people who've never played WoW before. Like, no matter what you do, try to get into, like, a proper loot council guild. Yeah, I have never been in a loot council guild that had drama, ever. Not once. Or didn't have loot drama, I mean. TWoW banned GTKP, as it should be. We use 60 upgrades, 8 upgrades mixed with a layer of loot council. I don't know what 60 or 8 upgrades is, but yeah, I'll take your word for it. I'm just really against, like, pure-ish random systems, like, you know, either just pure/roll or, like, SR at this point. SR is one of those things that, like, sounds good on theory, but once you, like, have experience with it, or you actually, like, run the game theory itself on SR, you realize just how badly you can fuck people. Also, I'm a very easy player to cater to in Loot Council because, like, I form very precise lists or what my bests and slots are, and I tend to play, like, slightly different than most people, so my BIS is not necessarily the same as others. So, like, for example, like, you know, in Wrath, like, everybody was playing Fire Mage, I was playing Frostfire. So my stat weights were a bit different. Is it better to make Foundation on a specific planet or on a ship? I make it on Vulcanus. You're actually looking at it right here. Yeah. The stone is provided, you know, down here. Everything else is imported. Well, this is on the planet, but yeah, these two are imported. Along with the Floro, which is, here. You get extra points the longer you reserve an item. Oh, that seems like good, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. You just have to be aware about the methods that loot systems can fuck people and take account for that when you, like, lead a guild. That's really what it boils down to. Like, the system you use is less important than understanding, like, how people can, like, you know, get really RNG'd well or RNG'd bad into getting, like, super favored or super fucked, and you need to compensate for that. That's what really matters. Because the Paladin main tank, yeah, I don't know Deathbringer stats off the off the top of my head, so I don't know if it was better for, like, Paladin or what. But yeah, when I was playing Frostfire Mage and Wrath, like, the stat weights are a bit different. Compared to regular, because you weight crit chance a bit higher. So yeah. Dude, the amount of DPS I was doing on my Frostfire Mage and Wrath was insane. I would epic parse every single raid, and I had, like, many legendary parses too. Like, I had that character so min-maxed, and I was so good at playing it. I was fucking good. Like, you're starting to understand why I'm like I want TBC abilities and talent trees in earlier expansions. Because I was fucking good at Wrath Mage, man. I was extremely good at Wrath Mage. I was good at building it. I was good at gearing it. I was good at playing it. I was a fucking S tier Wrath Mage. And I am proud of it. I just fucking hate playing Wrath. I just hate Wrath. Here's why I hate Wrath content. Number one, all the 5-mans are a joke. You know, you went from having proper hard 5-mans in TBC to everything being a joke in fucking Wrath. Like, in TBC, heroic means actually hard. In Wrath, heroic just means the level 60 version. You know, there's no hard heroics in Wrath at all. And B, the raids themselves. Like, you have, what, 4 raids in Wrath, right? You have Nax, Ulduar, TOTC, and Icecraft. And so here's the problem. Nax is reused from Classic. I was in a super fucking hardcore guild in OG Classic. Like, I mean, like, literally, like, top of the world guild. We had, I think, we had the world second Kel'Thuzad kill in Classic. We didn't get world first, unfortunately. We lost it in Nihilum, but in, like, OG Classic, you know, back in, like, 2005 or whatever, 2006, whenever it was, Classic, I was in a super fucking hardcore raid, 10 hours a day guild, you know, world second KT. So I saw a lot of Nax back then. A lot of Nax. I was in Nax constantly. So when they brought Nax back for Wrath, I was like, oh no, not again. Like, not again, man. So, like, Nax was already a raid that I didn't care to do again, especially, like, the super nerfed Wrath version, right? Like, it just felt so, like, blah. Ulduar is the best Wrath raid, although, like, the vehicle and some of the gimmicky shit is a little kind of like, whatever. But Ulduar was definitely the best Wrath raid, I would say. And then TOTC is, you know, just 4 bosses. You know, there's no trash, so it's, like, nice and fast and fun in that regard, but yeah, it's kind of boring at the same time and is over really quickly. So yeah, it's mainly fucking Nax and TOTC are the reasons why I don't care for Wrath content as much. No one wants to run a guild, really? Yeah. I mean, I have no desire to run a guild anymore. I've run them before in, like, you know, the past, but it's too much work. It's too much effort. It's mainly the recruiting. Like, running a guild isn't that much work. It's the fucking recruiting that's just a nightmare to do. That's just it takes up so much of your time. Talking to and evaluating people and so on. Like, recruiting is like 2/3 of the work when running a guild. It's, yeah. My answer to anyone complaining about guild rules is make your own? Yeah, see, that's the thing. Running guilds sucks. But is it, like, functionally better to make it on Vulcanus? No, you can do it on Space. You can do it on Fulgora, you can do it in Space. I probably wouldn't do it on Space, is it takes shitloads of stone. Like, that's what it takes an absolutely huge amount of, is stone. So, I don't know. I think Vulcanus is a good planet. But yeah, you're either going to be launching lots of Foundation or launching lots of stone. Pick your poison. So Vulcanus or on a platform, I guess. Either one works. Just don't do it on a kilo. Paladin, 3-4 items as Bisque, his threat weapon, tank weapon. Oh yeah, that's stupid. Yeah, tell them they have to pick what their fucking primary spec is. Yeah, speaking of loot drama, you know, this was a completely different guild and a completely different expansion. But I'll give you another example of, like, loot drama I had due to, like, non-loot council. When I played TBC last, the guild I was in, the druid who was in my 10-man group, because we had, like, sort of fixed 10-man groups in that guild. The druid who was in my 10-man guild, who was also sort of a friend of mine, I say sort of. Like, he was the guy who got me in the guild. He was basically trying to get a second tier 4 helm before I even got my first. He was like, I got my tier 4 helm for DPS, but I also tank for the guild a lot. I need my tier 4 helm for tanking. And I'm like, bro, we share a token, and it's been like 2 months of Kara, and I still haven't gotten my helm? Do you mind, like, letting me... I don't even have a meta gem in? I don't even have a fucking helm for a meta gem, which is a big upgrade.
You know, I was playing Priest at the time. I'm like, do you mind like letting me get my first tier 4 help for the second? Yeah. Yeah, when I say loot whores, that's the kind of shit I'm talking about. I'm talking about people taking the second of the exact same token before other people have gotten their first. I'm talking about guild masters taking stuff on their alts from people mains. Like, when I say I've had issues with people loot whoring in guilds, I mean, like, really fucking loot whoring. Like, it's cringe as fuck. You never raided in retail? I mean, I raided in retail before it was called retail. Back when it was still OG, I guess. You know, back in 2005. 2004. The TOTC with the white black orbs? Yeah. I never had a problem with any of the TOTC bosses. But it's easy to, like, reposition as mage, you know, with blink and shit, so... Yeah, you can do it on both. That works too. The one-hand weapon was with the loot castle. Oh no, that's even worse. Yeah, that's really bad. I don't mind the guildmaster getting 1 or 2 extra items, but taking shit on your main? I mean, taking shit on your alt? Taking shit on your alt over people's mains? No, that's never forgivable. I don't care what fucking... Like, you're talking taking, like, stuff that's currently best in phase... It was the cloak, I'll tell you. For those of you who are familiar with the loot, it's the 10-man cloak from 10-man TOTC, which is the best in phase. It's the best item in the phase for a cloak. Like, he was like trying to roll. He rolled on it and he won the roll on his alt. And me and like a couple other people actually had to put our foot down and be like, "No, bro, you can't do that." And he just kind of tried to brush it off like it was nothing. He's like, "Oh yeah, loot, yeah, but I didn't really think it mattered. You know, it's just loot." It's like, you know, some of us are putting in effort in order to min-max our characters, you know, to try to be the best they can for the raids. And here you are taking shit on a character you're not even bringing into the 20-man raids. Like, fuck off. Don't like it, make a guild? Yeah. Eternal melon toss advice. Always garbage. It was Bis for ICC, at least for your LA, or was it 25? No, the cloak was from 10-man. There was no 25-man cloak. The cloak was from 10-man. You realize people just... I know you're fucking being a retard troll right now, but you realize people just quit the guild, right? Like, that's exactly what happened with me. I just stopped playing. I was like, I would rather not raid than raid under this guild master. I literally just quit the game. Because I was like, you know, I play games late at night, so I was stuck in a late night guild. So I only had like one choice of guild that I could join. Because there was only one like late night guild that was active. And that was that guild. So yeah. Congratulations, Melantos. The Loot Whore Guild Master Melantos. You just lost your best mage. Because you're too much of a loot whore. Well done. No, he didn't. Dude, stop just talking out of your ass. I know you talk out of your ass a lot, but this is particularly egregious right now. I'm just... Here, shut up. Like, you're getting a little too dumb here. Just shut up. There are dumb comments and there are dumb comments. 25-man was Bis for whole ICC recasters expect serious users? Yeah, I mean, I quit before ICC came out. That was the thing. I stopped playing like a month or so before ICC came out, and I didn't really care to come back. ICC is the raid that I've done the least, I think. I think I may have run through it like once, like way back in the day, but yeah, out of all the classic raids, ICC I've done the least. That's why Ventura banned him? Ventura banned Melantop? Uh, yeah, I need to start drawing a line. There's a certain level of stupid comment where you just need to, like, shut the fuck up. The unban be? I'm sure it's temporary, don't worry. The unban, I mean. Fun and ICC after progress, doing speedruns, parse runs, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, as I said, like, being in a raid and, like, you know, having all the buffs and your character fully min-maxed and firing on all cylinders, it's fun. But, you know, it's the weekly lockouts that just kind of, like, suck. I'm not clicking on anything, sorry. Just time me out again. I'm not clicking on any Melantos links right now. So what's next? We need to do purple, yellow, red, green, and gray. And then we gotta do the whole belting thing, which we're gonna try to make a mirror image of this as much as possible for nice symmetry reasons. But yeah, that's basically what's left. Alright, anyway, it's 5:30 in the morning. I think we've talked about WoW enough, and, you know, it probably won't be the last WoW conversation we have. But yeah, now you guys have a good understanding of how I view classic WoW these days. Like, it's still a game that I really enjoy on a fundamental level. But it's all about finding that perfect version, isn't it? Finding that perfect version and then the right guild. And then the right guild. Alright. We will save it there, park it there. And I will go find someone to raid. Who's playing Factorio right now? Me? And, couple random people. Guess we can pick one of them at random. Unless I have someone else I want to raid. You know, I'm gonna raid Hans one more time. It's been a while. It was a very, very long time since I raided him, because he usually doesn't stream at these hours. I raided him once, like, a couple weeks ago. Let's hit him up again. He's not playing Factorio. He's playing some... I don't know what the fuck this is. RPG. Looks quite involved. Not a fan of Thea. I don't know anything about Thea. How close am I to 10 million? I think we should have everything more or less scaled by this weekend, or by the end of Sunday. I don't know. We'll see how many things go wrong. But if I can keep up, like, the module production and everything, which I think I can, then it should just be a matter of, you know, just pasting and deploying things. Yeah, it is real close, yeah. Did modules die? No, just underestimating how many speeds I need. It's like thousands and thousands of speeds, probably like 10,000 or something. Alright, have a good night.
Enjoy, Hans. I'll see you guys tomorrow.